The Table of Contents. Table of Contents. Who is Long Fei? It was the boss of the Bemin. There was no substitute for Long Fei in the heart of the Bemin. Long Fei's appearance was firmly branded in his mind. He had been waiting for Long Fei the entire time. He believed that Long Fei would definitely enter the Chaos Realm, and would definitely come find him. The sudden appearance of an impostor made the Bemin extremely angry. Because, to him, this was the biggest insult to his big brother Long Fei. The best way to wash away the humiliation was to kill. The Bemin became more and more ferocious, and its power was much more intense than what it displayed in the secret world last time. Humiliate my boss? I'm going to blast you to death. The Bemin was angry. At the same time, he was moved because the Bemin remembered him and even placed him in a very important position. Bemin, I am Long Fei and I am your boss. You followed me into the secret world in the spatial and temporal turbulence. No one knows about this. Long Fei shouted loudly. However, Long Fei completely overestimated the intelligence of Bemin. He could not bear to listen at all. My boss is not like you. Where did you stop? What did you do to my boss? His rage flared. His hands sank and he snapped off the foundation of the City Lord's mansion, throwing it towards the sky. Rumble! The gigantic main hall of the City Lord was directly swept away by him, leaving only Long Fei who was in the main hall and Hu Tianbao who was laughing heartily at the side. This power! It really was an explosion! Long Fei was shocked. The Bemin is really too powerful. If we can take him in, God's martial sect's strength will increase by a notch. But it could be seen that the Bemin was even angrier than before. He was now certain that he had killed Long Fei, otherwise it would be impossible for him to do all this. Speak. What did you do to my boss? When the Bemin was angry, its voice was like a lion's roar, which could even send a person flying. Long Fei stared at the Bemin and said, I am Long Fei, I am your boss. You're not my boss at all, and my boss doesn't look like you either. My boss is the most handsome man in the world, you're not. The Bemin's voice was childish, but filled with anger. Long Fei was really going crazy. They didn't even know how to explain it to the Bemin. At this moment, half of the time had already passed. If he could not defeat the Bemin within a minute, he would not be able to get the SSS rank. This way, he would not be able to get any clues about the Heart of Phoenix, and the time for Jojo's revival would be delayed. Moreover, this could also be related to the possibility of him being able to subdue Bemin once again. If he missed out on this gigantic beast that was about to explode, it would definitely be a huge loss. No way. Long Fei's heart sank. There must be another way. At this moment, Leighton rushed over with the Orca-S. Kunlun Zi also caught up. Long Fei's heart moved. My appearance has changed, but 8 King Kong's appearance has not changed. I must know them. Immediately, Long Fei immediately asked, Where is 8 King Kong? Kunlun Zi stared blankly for a moment, then said, Sect Master, they are all cultivating in meditation on the spot. I asked Huolin to stay behind and protect them, so Long Fei was speechless. At this moment, the Bemin roared again in anger. I knew you were lying to me. Do you think I'm that easy to deceive? And you still want your big brother's 8 King Kong to trick me? Humph. I'm even angrier. When the Bemin's voice fell, both its fists exploded, shooting up into the sky. Rumble. Rumble. The power of his fists emitted traces of lightning in the clouds. It was as if he was holding the entire sky in his hands. The visual impact of a giant that linked the heavens and the earth was too strong. It was indescribably powerful. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this. Leighton's eyes were trembling as he muttered, Mother, even the #1 war god of the beast race doesn't have such a powerful strength. Isn't it too powerful? Kunlun Zi was also trembling in fear as he said, The Bemin large monster is really too strong. Long Fei. Grand Master, quickly, 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 quickly! His target is you. The Orca-s were all trembling. The entire beast city was trembling in fear. The power that the Bemin large monster had unleashed was even stronger than that of their legendary war god. Hu Tianba was also incomparably shocked, but he was even more excited. Ha ha! Crush these people, kill them all, kill them all, kill them all! He was truly infuriated. Long Fei's heart was also filled with rage. Seems like you won't admit it if you don't use force. All right. Long Fei roared in his heart, Xiao Luo divine body. The inheritance of the Azura king belonged to Long Fei himself, just like the inheritance of the blood vein. Unconvinced? Not acknowledge? It would have to be a matter of violence. Moreover, it was already too late to call the 8 King Kong at this time. There was not enough time. Buzz! The red armor was released and overlapped on Long Fei's body one by one. And then, Long Fei rushed forward, Shua, rushing into the air. His voice was heavy as he said, "In the flow of time and space, I saved you, and it was I who brought you to Chaos Realm. It was you who killed those Heavens people, and it was you who liked to eat the roast meat I made, it was you." They kept talking about what had happened at that time. Finally, Long Fei said in a heavy voice, "You don't admit? Then I will hit you until you admit to it." The Bemin crashed its fist down into the air. "You're still lying to me. You want to hit me until I admit to it? Humph. I'll K you up." Imitating Long Fei's tone, she smashed towards Long Fei, who was still flying in the air. Divine body! Buzz! The power of the powerful Xiao Luo divine body erupted and clashed head-on. Rumble! His divine body sank. It was as if the power of his divine body had split apart. Long Fei was shocked in his heart. This power is simply abnormal. The power of the Destiny God's spear was able to shatter the Azura divine armor because it was the power of the Destiny God. Bemin is not a god, it's just a giant beast. His strength had caused the Azura divine armor to nearly split apart. Just how fierce was this? However, at this moment, the power under Long Fei's feet surged, and his fists were like hammers as they heavily smashed towards the chest of the Bemin, and he said, "Flipping you over, I was the one who said those words. Do you understand? I am Long Fei, the one and only Long Fei." His voice sank. Long Fei smashed onto the Bemin's chest, and then he spoke again. "Taking advantage of your illness, I will take your life. I'll hit you until you admit it." Boom, boom, boom. Punch, 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 punch. The power of a fist and an Azura's body exploded in the Bemin's chest. Are you convinced? Admit it or not? At the same time, Long Fei kept talking about what had happened in the secret world. Chapter 13:19 The Awakening of the Second Power. Chapter 13:19 The Awakening of the Second Power. If you refuse to accept it, I will beat you until you admit defeat. Not admitting it until you admit it. The power of the Azura's body brought with it the power of God as it violently struck down, directly pressing the Bemin onto the ground. He bellowed, "Have you sobered up a little? Did it ring? You're still unconscious, right?" Long Fei struck out a few more times. However, Long Fei controlled his strength to the point that it was near death and only crushed the Bemin. He did not try to harm him at all, and furthermore, with a punch, Long Fei's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. It was incomparably painful. Listening to what Long Fei said, and hearing that Long Fei had the intention to control his strength, the Bemin suddenly calmed down and did not resist nor take action. Similarly, he did not speak. At this moment, Hu Tianba was unhappy. The idea moved, it opened its right hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Damned beast, I did not catch you here to make you look like a fool. I did not want you to be beaten up by others. I wanted you to burst out with power and kill all these people." He is the beast trainer. He was the first one to discover and control the Bemin. With the movement of his idea, the powerful beast taming power crashed into the Bemin's sea of consciousness. The Bemin's face darkened in incomparable discomfort. At the same time, the poison whip in Hu Tianba's hand slashed across the air and fiercely whipped out as he said solemnly, "Rise, you dog, and blast these trash to death." Pa! The moment the whip fell, Long Fei's eyes flashed with anger. His body suddenly blocked, using his own body to block the poison whip for the Bemin. Slash! Hu Tianba was the one who specially dealt with the Bemin, this gigantic beast. Its power was boundless, and when it hit its body, the pain was unbearable. Long Fei lowered his body and clenched his fist. The Bemin was dumbfounded. At this time, Hu Tianba laughed coldly and said, "You like to help this beast block the whip, right? Then block it for me." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk, pa pa pa. The continuous 3 lashes lashed out, and for a time, the skin on Long Fei's back was torn. He was in incomparable pain, but he did not show any signs of pain, and asked the Bemin instead, "Do you remember now?" There were only 3 seconds left. If one were to talk about defeating the Bemin, he had already defeated it just now. However, the system did not make any sound. What was the real defeat? Was to make him admit that Long Fei was his boss. Seeing the blood dripping down Long Fei's back, the Bemin immediately thought of the huge turbulence that they had encountered in the spatial turbulence. It was also Long Fei who had used his body to help him block it. Drip. Drip. 2 seconds had passed, and only 1 second remained. If he could not defeat her, then this quest. Long Fei's heart sank. It was at this moment. The Bemin looked at Long Fei with blazing eyes. At the same time, Hu Tianba lashed out with his whip once again, roaring out, "You dog, I've raised you for all these years for nothing." A whip struck towards the Bemin's head. Long Fei still blocked it. The Bemin suddenly stood up, grabbed the poison whip, and fiercely pulled it. Bam! Hu Tianba was caught off guard, and was whipped to the front of the Bemin. Looking at the gigantic Bemin, his body trembled, and his face immediately turned pale white. You. Not waiting for him to finish, Bemin punched bang. He directly nailed Hu Tianba's body to the ground, leaving only half of his head behind. His entire body exploded with blood, and his eyes bulged out like those of a demon. You dog, you will all die, and all of you will die. Xian Yuan sword sect will not let you off. Crack! The Bemin stomped down once again, instantly pushing him into the ground. Only a handful of his hair was left on the ground. At this moment, the Bemin kneeled down and said, "Boss! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the 1 minute to defeat the Bemin mission. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing Help Group Ors Tribe S to take back their homes. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving a reward of 100,000 experience, 10,000 holy source, 10,000 points, and a double experience card with a special item. It was also at this time. An interface for the evaluation of missions appeared in Long Fei's mind. Zhang Xian's heart tightened. Long Fei thought, "Please bless me, master, if only I could get SSS grade points." The clue to Jojo's revival was inside. Suddenly, after the results of the rating were out, 3 golden S's appeared on the interface. Long Fei finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart and thought to himself, "SSS class evaluation, IF*CK, am really too godly." It was even more difficult than completing the SSS level mission. It could be said that Long Fei's quest completion had reached perfection. It was also at this time. The system sounded out once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining an SSS level mission score and obtaining a special reward for the quest. Great Wilderness Abyss. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a SSS level mission score for the first time and obtaining a special reward. The reward is Xianyuan Emperor's Essence. Huh! Long Fei's mind shook and was a little confused. Great Emperor Xuanyuan's essence energy? Damn, so fierce. Item: Profound Qi of Emperor Xuanyuan grade? Attribute? Description? It was a string of question marks. Long Fei muttered in his heart, what the F***K is this? Should I fuse them? I'm going all out. Long Fei trembled inside. Great Emperor Xuanyuan, just with this title alone, he has already suppressed everyone. Even if it's his essence energy, it's still an incredible existence. And then, Long Fei moved his body and said, merge. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Emperor Xuanyuan's essence with 100 experience, Holy Source with 100 points, and with 100 points as a special reward. After fusing them, Long Fei's body did not change at all, and he started to feel a little dissatisfied. Damn, where's the bullshit? What Xuanyuan Emperor's essence energy? It's about the same as shit. He felt cheated. At this moment, Long Fei's body suddenly erupted with power. This was a power that he had never felt before. Rumble! 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 Tens of thousands of thunderous roars resounded from within his body. Long Fei's expression tightened, and he started to be cautious. He was completely unable to control the power within his body, and his idea could not penetrate it at all. Boss, what's wrong? Master! Lord Dragon! Everyone saw Long Fei's expression change and surrounded him. Long Fei himself could not describe the feeling. It was as if a power had been activated within his body. This power seemed to have absorbed all of the energy that Long Fei had just absorbed from Emperor Xuanyuan's profound spirit qi. Chemical reaction? F***CK. What the hell is he doing? Long Fei thought about what the Azura King had said about the great power that was hidden in his body. What could it be? Chapter 1320 Super Meat Shield Warrior. Chapter 1320 Super Meat Shield Warrior. Long Fei's body contained a power that shook the heaven and earth. Rooting, breaking the soil, sprouting. The world shook. Long Fei had never felt this power before, so when he felt how powerful this power was, his heart was also extremely moved. It was just that. The time for the chemical reaction ended quickly. The power once again vanished without a trace, completely gone. It was as if she had never appeared in Long Fei's body before. What's going on? What kind of plane is this? What the hell did you do to my body? If you want to come, you can come. If you want to leave, you can leave. Long Fei was unavoidably angry in his heart. He had clearly felt that powerful force just now, but now there was nothing left. How could he not be angry? However, no one answered him. Neither did the system. After pausing for half a minute, he still could not see any aura from the energy in his body, so Long Fei could only give up and muttered in his heart, "Damn, he's not giving me any face at all." Soon after, Long Fei regained his senses. Seeing everyone's worried look, he said, "I'm fine." At this moment, inside his body, the seed of the Great Circle's celestial tribulation had taken root. It had broken through and had begun to sprout. Under the nurturing of Emperor Xuanyuan's essence energy, the seed began to germinate. It was an extremely powerful force. However, with Long Fei's current cultivation, he was simply unable to sense its existence. Earlier, it was also because he had absorbed the aura of Great Emperor Xuanyuan that he underwent a metamorphosis. Otherwise, Long Fei would not have been able to sense it. At this time, Long Fei had already forgotten about the matter of the second power in his body. He walked to the front of the Bemin and said, "Bemin, I've finally found you. Ha ha ha. From today onwards you will follow me." The Bemin was also incomparably excited and said, "Yes, boss." Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for recruiting Super Beast Bemin into God's Martial Sect. Ding. Congratulations God's Martial Sect for leveling up. The gang in front is at level 4. Huh. The association has leveled up? Long Fei really did not think that, although he thought that the gang could only increase their power by a little, he did not think that they could actually level up. It was just a bemin. Immediately, Long Fei thought, seems like raising cultivation level can also raise the rank of a sect. I have to make the 8 King Kong, and the disciples of Kunlun's sect cultivate quickly. However, the place they were sitting at was the Great Wilderness Land, also known as a barren land. Only the Orse tribe could survive in this kind of place. As for the ordinary warriors who lived here, they would never be able to break through. What warriors needed were the heaven and earth spirit chi and the Xian crystal resources. Could be said that it was impossible for them to reach the next breakthrough without these resources. Not everyone was like Long Fei. It had an abnormal system that allowed him to level up as fast as he could. It had been less than half a year since he came to the Chaos Realm, and his cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Moon stage. If they wanted to accelerate the progress of the Gods' Martial Sect, then they would have to quickly break through the ranks of their cultivation. Leighton, where in the Great Wilderness Land is the sky and earth spiritual energy denser? Long Fei asked. Lei Dong was stunned for a moment before asking, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is dense? Then, he laughed bitterly. Great Wilderness Land, 100 trees wither, 10,000 grasses wilt, and even deeper parts of the Great Wilderness Land is in extreme cold. It's extremely dangerous. If the entire Great Wilderness Land has the spirit energy of the heaven and earth, I'm afraid our Orca tribe would not be the only one. Master, what do you need this dense spiritual energy for? Leighton asked. Long Fei did not answer. His mind thinking, every place in Chaos Realm is the same, the heaven and earth spiritual energy is the same. In some places, the reason why the spiritual energy was so dense was because of the mountain, water, trees, and underground spirit veins. This was the reason why the spiritual energy of the Great Wilderness Land was extremely thin and scarce, which was completely illogical. Could it be? Suddenly, Long Fei thought of the special prompt given by the quest in his mind, Great Wilderness Abyss? Could it be that the sacred entity has absorbed all of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within tens of millions of kilometers of the Great Wilderness Land? Long Fei's heart tightened. Jojo, is that you? His heart became excited. It was also at this time. A few Orca-s looked at Leighton and muttered, Leader, go speak with him. That's right, hurry up and tell us. If you won't say it, I'll say it. Long Fei looked at them and muttered. He then asked, if you have anything to say, just say it. With a serious look on his face, he said, Lord Long, you saved our Orse tribe, we. Another Orca directly said, our leader means, no, it is our Orse tribe's idea to join your God's martial sect, is that okay? Huh. You want to join a guild? Long Fei was startled and looked at Lei Dun. Lei Dong nodded and said, Sir, we are not afraid of you knowing, the Orse tribe was once the absolute ruler of the Great Wilderness Land, no one would dare to bully us. Ever since the Great Wilderness Land became a barren land, it was as if we, the Orse tribe, were cursed by the heavens. Not only is our cultivation difficult to break through, we were often bullied by other forces like Hu Tianba. The person behind him was the Xian Yuan sword sect. If we kill him today, the Xian Yuan sword sect will definitely come back to this place again, and at that time, we won't be able to withstand it at all. We want to join your God's martial sect. We want your protection. Very direct. Leighton did not hide anything. Relying on his current Orse tribe strength, he was not a match for the Xian Yuan sword sect at all. If he wanted the Orse tribe to continue, he would need to obtain the protection of a strong power. To them, Long Fei was like an oracle descending from the skies. However, they had also saved the Orca. Although Long Fei was a human that was different from their race, they still firmly believed that Long Fei could lead their beast race to greatness. Long Fei looked at Leighton seriously and said, Do you believe in the heavens? Or do you believe in fate? He didn't know what Long Fei meant by asking such a question, but he still answered honestly, what our Orse tribe believes in is power. Strength is our faith. All right. Long Fei grinned and said, I agree, you are God's martial sex beast clan battle team. I want you to display your strongest advantage. Leighton was stunned for a moment before asking, what is your strongest advantage? Long Fei said, your bodies and power. A meat shield warrior. This was the strongest amongst the beast race. Once they had trained well, once their strength had increased, they would definitely become a terrifying existence. Furthermore, they, Orse tribe Sky Mountain, were able to control war beasts. They were a born beast trainer, a night version of the flesh shield warrior, and once used, they would be invincible. Leighton nodded heavily and said, I understand. Long Fei said, I will provide resources for you. What you need to do now is to bring out your physical defense and the most primitive power. Chapter 13:21 Gon Mo Sia. Chapter 13:21 Gon Mo Sia. The disciples of Kunlun sect were cultivating. Long Fei divided the 100-plus Xian crystals that appeared to them. These 100-plus Xian crystal were only enough for them to cultivate for 5 days. The heavenly energy in this place was too sparse, and they were unable to sense it. Apart from them, the beast race was also cultivating. They also needed resources, and the weapons in their hands were all primitive ones, without much lethality. In the room, huff! Long Fei took out a loyalty stone that was rewarded by the system. The idea used the power that the weapons master possessed and muttered, the first time I fused with it, I hope it will succeed. He adjusted his breathing and calmed his heart. Long Fei's idea moved and said, fusion. The loyalty stone could retain the power of possession, or perhaps the power of the call card S-piece forever. In other words, it would forever exist within Long Fei's body. Unlike old Lord Taishang's possession time, it would be lost. There were still 3 Long Fei's who did not use the system's reward. The weapon master had the power of possession and the human emperor had the power of Fushi. Each of the 3 powers had their own special characteristic. The super item that the human emperor Fushi level 6 had appeared with, his attack power was without a doubt, definitely devastating. However, the success rate of such a supreme power fusion was extremely low. Moreover, Long Fei didn't need to use this power yet. Absolutely, he was Xiao Zhong's intelligence expert, it was the same for him, had no way to use his power at the moment. It was an auxiliary power that allowed Long Fei to master the weapon master, the refining force. This was the most crucial point. In order to raise the strength of the association and raise its combat prowess, weapons were essential. The possession strength of a weapons master was of utmost importance. This was also Long Fei's only choice at the moment. It was useless to be strong in the Chaos Realm alone, but he wanted everyone around him to be strong. The power behind him was strong, and only then would he be able to oppress everything. Long Fei's ultimate goal was not Chaos Realm, but Divinity, Ancient Holy Battlefield. Han Ba and the Shura King had both said that if they wanted to change the structure of this world and redivide the power of law, they could only do it through the Ancient Holy Battlefield. If his god's martial sect could carve a path of blood in the Ancient Holy Battlefield, then, to go against the heavens and change fate, to overturn Main Temple was not difficult at all. The loyalty stone's energy was slowly released, the energy wrapped around the weapon master energy and started to seep through. The weapons master's possession isn't the hero of the LOL Jax. Long Fei didn't know if he knew how to forge artifacts, but he was a solo expert, so what Long Fei needed right now wasn't these, but a grandmaster who knew how to refine artifacts. Buzz! Buzz! Waves after waves of power shot out from Long Fei's body with a humming sound, rings after rings, causing Long Fei to feel extremely satisfied. The two forces mixed together. A few minutes later, the system sounded out, causing Long Fei's mind to suddenly tighten. We have to succeed. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with master weapons. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed excitedly. It's a success, I've succeeded, that way I'll be able to have a weapon crafting master. How great is that? I don't need to cultivate the boring refining techniques anymore. Success meant that Long Fei could permanently use the weapon master's refining force. He did not need to cultivate the refining techniques. At this time, Long Fei impatiently opened up the system to check. You can use it now, use it whenever you want, ha ha ha. Let's see what kind of master refiner he is. Previously, he did not dare to use this kind of power. However, once he used it, he would not be able to fuse it. He would only be able to do so if it was completely new and had never been used before. Weapons Grandmaster's possession power activate. Long Fei was moved. He was a little excited inside, but he kept staring at the power inside the space ring without moving. What could it be? Who could it be? Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed in his head. Next, two voices rang out. Great General, we pay our respects to the Lord. Emosia pays her respects to the Lord. Huh! sh*t Chien Ju Emosia. These are a couple that used their bodies to refine the sword, and ultimately refine themselves into Emosia's two ancient divine weapons? Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. What the f***k? That's not right. They are not just some ancient divine weapons. Their refining techniques is not as simple as refining a sword with their own body. Just by being a powerful refining chief master like Emosia, she was already an overpowered existence that brought along lightning, an existence that was incomparably eye-catching. However, right now the enemy was even more ferocious, because they had the word God on their bodies. The God of Generals, Emosia, a divine-level weapons crafting master. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich this time, ha ha. Long Fei almost pooped from laughter as he said, Good, 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 from today onwards, show me your strongest refining techniques. Long Fei kept the idea. He stored away the power of Emosia and wanted to verify it. He couldn't help but want to verify it. Let's see what the quality of the weapons they forge will be like. In the great wilderness land, the nature's spirit energy was sparse, but there were a large amount of essence mines. Long Fei told Lei Dun his purpose for coming here, and it hadn't even been 5 minutes. Lei Dun called for people to bring over a load of refining essence ores. They were all high-grade ores. Boss, is that enough? If it's not enough, I'll get someone else to pull it. This kind of ore might be worth a bit of money outside, but the most useful thing here was to build walls. Long Fei was dumbstruck. Enough, enough, enough. After that, he took the cart of ore back to his residence, where the crafting furnace was already prepared. And then, Long Fei moved the idea, the holy source ignited the flames in the cauldron, the idea moved and said, Weapon Master's power, activate. Great General, we pay our respects to the Lord. Emosia pays her respects to the Lord. Long Fei did not dawdle and directly said, Artifact forging. After fusing Emosia's power into his body, Long Fei's expression immediately changed. His entire person's expression changed, and his holy source roared. The fire sword. As soon as the ore was thrown into the fire, it turned into molten iron in an instant. It poured into the mold, and in an instant it looked like a cold mountain spring water. Heat again. He began to beat them vigorously. This speed. Furthermore, Long Fei could feel that while they were refining, their powers were being injected into the weapon bit by bit. This feeling was similar to that of old Lord Taishang's alchemy. This was the power of possession. What they possessed not only was the refining techniques, but they also had the ability to infuse their divine power into their weapons. That was the main point. His speed became faster and faster. A weapon was quickly produced. In less than 3 minutes, Ding! Chapter 1322 Heaps of Holy Artifact. Chapter 1322 Heaps of Holy Artifact. This speed. What an explosive god! The system sounded out, causing Long Fei to hold his breath and wait quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Flame War Hammer. Flame War Hammer? Long Fei was a little excited. He opened up the system to check the attributes of the Flame War Hammer. Weapon: Flame War Hammer grade, Divine level description, activates the flames with his strength. A strike from the hammer has an extremely strong destructive force. It has a 200% increase in damage. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It's a god-ranked weapon. Furthermore, it also contains the fire element. Furthermore, it can increase damage by 200%. This is truly the tempo of a god exploding. Long Fei was ecstatic. If all Orca-s were equipped with this kind of warhammer, their fighting strength would increase by several-fold instantly. And then, Long Fei moved and said, "Continue. Refine all of these minerals." The bandit began to busy Mo-sia crazily. Long Fei did not care about anything else, he just wanted to refine the equipment. Every weapon he took out was a divine-ranked equipment. Suddenly he felt that he no longer had any goals in life. Every single one of the divine items that they refined was of the highest quality among the divine items. Any one of them was an existence that was as valuable as a city. Long Fei had cultivated to a state of darkness. Xian Yuan Sword Sect. Within the main hall of the Mystic Origin stage. The elder sent out hasn't come back yet? Do you think that group of barbarians would dare to act rashly? Those Orca-s are not Elder Feng's match at all. Could it be that Hu Tianba is messing around? He doesn't have the guts. There was a flurry of discussion in the hall. Today was the day of handing in the crystal cores. All the elders sent by Xian Yuan Sword Sect had returned. Only Elder Feng, who was sent to Great Wilderness Land, did not. Logically speaking, even if he hadn't received enough crystal cores, he should have come back to report. However, he didn't either. Something must have happened. Chen Xuanzong frowned and said faintly, "Send someone to check on the situation of the Beast City. If necessary, teach those beasts a lesson." "Yes, sir." The meeting ended. Chen Xuanzong did not linger, but quickly returned to his own courtyard, and looked at the black-robed elder in the courtyard. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. He was not afraid of this person. It could be said. In terms of strength, he didn't even put this old man in his eyes, but he was still very afraid. What he was afraid of was the pattern embroidered on the elder's back. The bloody gates of hell. "My lord," Chen Xuanzong respectfully called out. The old man turned around and asked coldly, "Is the ancient spiritual artifact ready yet?" Chen Xuanzong did not dare to delay and immediately stepped forward, taking out two things from the space ring and said, "According to your instructions, these two are ancient spiritual artifact." The old man felt it and laughed. "Not bad, all of them are ancient spiritual artifact. Sect Master Chen, your mission is completed well. I will praise you to Hell Gate." "Thank you, my lord." As long as he could obtain the protection of the Hell Gate, then his Xian Yuan Sword Sect would become the overlord of this land and this area with a radius of millions of kilometers. He, Chen Xuanzong, would become the overlord. The current Hell Gate was even more incredible. After the coup, when the 9 secret warrior family took control of the Hell Gate, his decadence was instantly controlled, and in addition to the influence of the number 1 genius of the 9 secret warrior family, Zhan Wushuang, Hell Gate once again became the number 1 power in Chaos Realm. Zhan Wushuang also quickly rushed from the Emperor list into the Son of God ranking. Most importantly, he had successfully passed the Tower Question of God's test. Once he came out from the Tower Question of God, he would probably directly become a super powerhouse on the Sky Emperor board. The peak powerhouse of Chaos Realm. Xianyuan Li Air was also with him. It had to be said that the Xianyuan family and the 9 Secret Warrior family were in an alliance. Xianyuan Li'er was even Zhan Wushuang's fiancée. This also meant that the power of the Hell Gate had reached an unshakable level. As long as he could get on this large ship like the Hell Gate, he would not need to fear the wind and wave. Chen Xuanzong had such a thought. The old man laughed coldly as he looked at Chen Xuanzong as if he was looking at a pitiful dog. He took out a command tablet and said, "This is the Hell Gate's command tablet. There is no one in this chaos realm who dares to go against the Hell Gate anymore." He threw the token away. He threw it on the ground. Chen Xuanzong immediately knelt on the ground and picked it up with both hands. He was so happy that it was a complete mess, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master, thank you, Master." With this token, he would have even more peace of mind. The old man laughed coldly and said, "Keep looking for ancient spiritual artifact, the more the better." Chen Xuanzong immediately replied, "This subordinate understands. But, Master, why must we look for so many ancient spiritual treasure? With the level of the ancient spiritual treasure, their quality can't even compare to that of the holy artifact. Why?" The old man from the Hell Gate glared at him. Chen Xuanzong was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground, and did not dare to look at the old man anymore, and said, "It's my fault, I should not have asked further, I hope that clan elder can forgive me." The old man snorted, "Remember, this is the first time. I am not allowed to ask twice, so don't ask me what you shouldn't ask." Forget about Chen Xuanzong, even he wanted to know. He only knew that the elders of the Hell Gate were frantically searching for the ancient spiritual treasure, and the more ancient spiritual treasure they found, the higher their position would be. And all these ancient spiritual treasure had to be handed over to one person, Zhan Wushuang, youth master of Hell Gate. As for what he wanted to do, no one knew. Many people wanted to know. Thousand Alliance Sect, Bounty Gate, all the powerful forces in the Chaos Realm, they all wanted to know what exactly the Hell Gate wanted to do with all those ancient spiritual artifacts. Not long later, the old man left Xianyuan Sword Sect. Chen Xuanzong stood up from the ground, and looked at the Hell's medallion in his hand, and couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. "With this medallion, I can rule this place forever, ha ha ha. Beast City. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the holy artifact, Water Warhammer. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the holy artifact." This kind of system beep lasted for an entire day and night, until Long Fei completely refined all of the holy source's value. One day and one night of refining. The ore that had been delivered to the 3 carts had all been completed. The divine level weapons refined by Long Fei had already been piled to the size of a small mountain. Awesome! Ah! Although Long Fei was not the one who was refining the pill for a whole day and night, it was his body that was moving, and outside of the holy source, he was also using up his mental energy. Looking at the pile of holy artifact in the courtyard, Long Fei laughed. "That's too awesome, I have to get more loyalty stone. I want the permanent power of human Emperor Fuxi." Chapter 1323, I also want to upgrade. Chapter 1323, I also want to upgrade a loyalty stone worth hundreds of millions of points. It's hard. Moreover, fusing both had risks and a chance of failure, thinking big. The first time he successfully fused with Mo Xie, he relied entirely on his luck. It was just that. What made Long Fei depressed was that these divine weapons could not be exchanged for points. This was very depressing, and Long Fei had actually thought of exchanging for a few holy artifact and getting a few loyalty stones to fuse with the power of the level 900 human Emperor Fuxi. It's not that easy. "Someone, come!" Long Fei shouted towards the outside. A disciple of the Kunlun sect walked in and said, "Present." Long Fei said, "Go and call the beast race Lei Dun and Huolin over. Tell them that they have something important." Yes, sir. The disciple left. These divine weapons in the yard were all forged for them. How were they supposed to distribute over 100 divine weapons at once? It was a headache. 10 minutes later, Leighton and Huolin rushed over at the same time. Boss. The two of them spoke at the same time. Long Fei waved his hand and said, I called you all here because I want you all to think of a way to divide these things. Finished. Long Fei pointed to the divine weapons stacked together in the courtyard, and said, These are all divine ranked weapons. I've brought the items over for you guys. As for how exactly to divide them, you guys will have to decide for yourselves. I'm sleepy. I'll go rest first. You guys think about it yourselves. Finished. Long Fei entered the room and fell into a deep sleep. The only ones left behind were the dumbstruck Lei Dun and Huolin, who looked at the pile of divine goods in the courtyard. He was stupefied. Yi Zichen was still confused. If it were not for Long Fei, they would have said, You must be crazy, there must be something wrong with your head. Do you think divine weapons are the radish and cabbage on a rotten street? Gudong. Huolin swallowed his saliva, walked forward and picked up a sword from the ground. The idea moved, and his body suddenly trembled, his eyes sinking. Clang! The sword fell from his hand. Huolin was heavily pushed back several steps, his expression incomparably shocked. Leighton stepped forward and asked, Brother Hua, what's wrong? Huolin was still in the midst of the world impact that the divine weapon had brought him just now, that kind of feeling. It was as if there was a ball of fire igniting within his body before exploding forth, an incomparably intense impact. Huolin said, Try it yourself and you will know. A divine-level weapon? Not everyone could own it because it was extremely scarce. Even if Long Fei said that all of these weapons were divine-grade weapons, Huolin was still skeptical in his heart. Isn't this too much? All of them were divine-level weapons? But now, he didn't have the slightest doubt. At this moment, Leighton stepped forward, picked up a hammer, and exerted his strength. Boom! Flames suddenly exploded from the hammer, causing Leighton to immediately drop to the ground in fright. He retreated a few steps like a frightened cat. Stunned, he stared at the hammer on the ground and his eyes narrowed. My God, this hammer. What? Why is there a fire? Holy artifact! Holy artifact! They are all holy artifact! Huolin was so excited that he wanted to cry. In his entire life, he had never seen holy artifact before. Lei Dun walked forward again and picked up the flame war hammer on the ground. He activated his power and shouted, Boom! The flames began to burn. The power of the war hammer and Leighton's own instantly fused together. Lei could feel the power of the war hammer, that feeling made his blood boil, and all the power in his body exploded forth. A heavy grip. Boom boom. Leighton suddenly swept the room. Halala? The flames burned the void, their power sweeping through everything. This weapon. This is too awesome. Ha ha ha. If Huolin had never seen the holy artifact before, then he had even less of a chance to see the Thunder Monarch on Great Wilderness Land. He had heard of this when he was teleporting. Now that he held it in his hand, it gave him a feeling as if everything had been crushed. However, these were just two divine weapons, and there was still a whole pile of them in front of them. What should we do? They were also stunned. Ah, holy artifact, how should I deal with it? Leighton said, Each of us will take them down one by one. This way our combat strength can be said to have instantly increased by several times. They are extremely powerful existences. Huolin had the same thought at the beginning. However, Huolin slightly said, No, one per person can indeed increase our fighting strength, but they will think that it's too easy to get this kind of holy artifact. We have to develop an incentive. Whoever cultivates the fastest will be rewarded one reward. Only in this way will they be able to force out all of their potential. And only in this way will it be able to last for a long time, and let them know the value of holy artifact. Huolin's brain was naturally faster than Leighton's. Upon hearing his words, he immediately agreed to it. Good idea, I'll let you decide. We, the beast race, have been abandoning ourselves ever since the cataclysm. Many people are unwilling to cultivate. With the God-level stimulation, they will definitely go all out to cultivate. Leighton was excited. The next day, the reward was out. When the Orse tribe received a piece of divine weapon as reward, the entire beast city became excited, while the power of the warrior who was rewarded with a divine weapon instantly doubled. This made all the Orca feel extremely envious. Huolin did not receive any rewards. Did you see that? That divine weapon was given to us by our boss. Because the Orse tribe's cultivation speed is faster than ours, and our strength is increasing faster than ours, are we willing to admit defeat? Do you want the holy artifact? If you want, bring out 120,000 spirit stones for me to cultivate and achieve a breakthrough. It's the same for the spiritual energy. If they can achieve a breakthrough, we can as well. Instantly, his battle intent was triggered. The disciples of the Kunlun sect all went all out. The excitement of the holy artifacts were too great, while the excitement of the beasts were too great. They were doing their best. 8 King Kong was also desperately trying to break through the shackles of the soul-losting powder. When Long Fei heard about this, he secretly laughed. Looks like Huolin has a way, he seems to be a management talent. That's fine too. Great wilderness land where even ghosts cannot find me. Hell Gate, Bounty Gate, Thousand Alliance Sect, and even Destiny God have thought that I have died. Give me enough time to nurture my own forces. When the time comes. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, one by one. Long Fei rested for 2 days and exchanged his money for a few Holy Source pills. After filling up the entire value of the Holy Source, Long Fei left a note behind and went into the depths of the wasteland by himself. He wanted to find the clues regarding the Heart of Phoenix. He missed Jojo. Moreover, if Long Fei wanted to make the Karakoram branch and the Beast Clan branch become stronger, the stimulation of those holy artifacts was not enough. What he needed the most was cultivation resources. The great wilderness land must be hiding something. He had to solve the problem of cultivation resources. In addition, he wanted to level up as well. Chapter 1324. The Boss. The moment it appeared, it dropped. Chapter 1324. The Boss. The moment it appeared, it dropped. One level was a layer of power. The 7th level of the Moon stage wasn't even qualified to enter the Emperor list. Even if Long Fei had killed Emperor list before, and killed the powerhouse on the Son of God ranking, he still did not have the qualifications to enter the Emperor list. Because of the level. 3 great Emperor rankings, 300 powerhouses. They all wanted to fight their way up to the next level, especially the powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was definitely not someone that anyone could casually enter. You want to enter the heavenly rankings? Then he had to fight his way up. But now, Long Fei did not even have the qualifications to fight. He had not even reached the level. Upgrade is important. Fire Unicorn. Long Fei summoned his Fire Unicorn and gave him a pill. The Fire Unicorn's body still trembled slightly at that moment. His expression turned ugly. From the moment the sky-swallowing rat came to the war pet space, he had been tremblingly leaning on the corner, and did not even dare to move, as though he was afraid that the sky-swallowing rat would eat him if he was careless. The sky-swallowing rat is only level 1. Master, can I not enter the war pet space in the future? The Fire Unicorn slowly recovered its expression as it said with lingering fear. Long Fei said, "Are you that afraid of sky-swallowing rat? He's still a young beast and a child." The Fire Unicorn rolled her eyes at Long Fei and said, "Do you know what it feels like to be carried by the death scythe on your neck? His body moved slightly and it almost scared me to death. Sky-swallowing rat, where did you find such a legendary Saint Emperor monster?" It could have gotten its life killed. It was extremely painful. The fire unicorn begged, "Master, please don't let me be with him. I don't even dare to sleep right now." Long Fei said, "Since you're afraid, then just become strong, and be strong to the point of being fearless." Fire unicorn, compared to sky swallowing rat? Is there water in my head? Since you're not stronger, then you should just stay in war pet space. We'll talk about it when you have the determination to become stronger. Alright. Let's talk about this later. I'm going to the depths of the wasteland now. Long Fei turned his body and sat on the back of the fire unicorn. The fire unicorn moved. In the blink of an eye, he was already 10 kilometers away. At the entrance of Beast City, the two sword management disciples landed. Looking at the orca at the entrance of the Beast City, those two people showed a superior expression as they coldly said, "Go, call your city lord out." When the two guards saw the clothes they were wearing, their eyes narrowed slightly. When they were really hesitating, one of the disciples went forward and kicked him. "Did you go deaf? Did you not hear what my senior brother said? Quickly hand over your city lord." Trash! One of the orcas was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. The other orca frowned and said solemnly, "Our city lord is not here, what do you have to say here?" "Oh, Laozi has given you face, right? Do you know who we are? Disciples of the Xian Yuan sword sect, you still dare to put on airs for us? I think you are tired of living?" With that, the disciple rushed forward, and with a slash of his longsword, he sliced away 18 flower swords, and attacked the orca who was talking. The attack was sharp. Every move was fatal. He never wanted the orca to live at all. To him, a lowly being like the orca was nothing more than an ant. The orca stood motionlessly on the spot. Seeing the incoming sword attack, his right hand trembled. Boom! A warhammer descended. This warhammer was the godly weapon that Mo Xie refined. Clenching his right fist tightly, the warhammer suddenly combusted. Taking a step forward, a vigorous physique burst forth with fierce strength. And the warhammer resonated. Boom! A hammer blow flew out. Flames erupted. His strength exploded. A hammer smashed into his head, and the Xian Yuan sword sect disciple was nailed to the ground like a nail. Fresh blood spewed out wildly, her face was pale white, her eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Orca, she scolded, "Hairy animal, you dare to attack me, your mother!" Not waiting for him to finish, the Orca moved again, and once more struck down with his hammer. Crack! His head exploded and he was unable to say a single word. The other disciple of the Xian Yuan sword sect was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Was this the beast that everyone could bully? Moreover, what was in his hand? It actually had a strong elemental energy. Was it from a holy artifact? The Orse tribe has holy artifact? What was going on, then? He slowly stepped back, not daring to show any disdain on his face anymore as he spoke. I only came to see your city lord to discuss some matters. Since you won't let me see you, then I'll disappear." Finished. The disciple jumped onto the flying sword. The warrior beast suddenly shouted, "Did I let you go?" That disciple did not care about that as he activated his idea and instantly flew out. Humph! Xian Yuan sword sect. If one comes, one will die. As soon as he finished, the flame war hammer threw it fiercely, bang! He smashed the Xian Yuan sword sect disciple, who was still in midair, down to the ground and died. There were many orcas around him looking at the flame war hammer in his hands. Previously, they were all bullied by the Xian Yuan sword sect disciples to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads, but now, everyone let out a breath of anger in their hearts. Moreover, they clenched their fists tightly and swore that they would quickly cultivate and break through, hoping to obtain the holy artifact's reward. In another place, although he was unwilling, he could not endure long phase control, and was sent into the war pet space. It curled up in a corner and came out. The fire unicorn stared blankly at the sky-swallowing rat, not daring to blink. Long Fei was helpless. Since you're so scared, you should get stronger. Then, Long Fei looked at the ball of fog in front of him, took out the map, and looked at it. He said slightly, "After passing through the fog, it should be the location of the great wilderness abyss, right? Jojo, is the power to revive you below?" Long Fei's heart tightened, and he walked into the dense fog with large strides. The moment he stepped into the fog, a huge green blade fell down. Shwa! The saber chi was like ice, cold to the extreme. Long Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Magmatic fruit activate. Buzz! The demon fruit was activated, Long Fei's body moved, and he threw a punch. Boom! The green blade trembled violently, and a large portion of the surrounding mist also burned due to the strong flame power that Long Fei exploded forth. It was at this time as well. Long Fei clearly saw what was standing in front of him. Golden light flashed. Incomparable glaring. Furthermore, it was incomparably huge. Long Fei's complexion slightly changed, and he muttered to himself, "To be able to get the boss in the first place, this is a little too fierce." Explode it. Chapter 1325, Enlarging and Thick Golden Cudgel. Chapter 1325, Enlarging and Thick Golden Cudgel. There were too many unknowns in the great wilderness land. Due to the harsh conditions here, very few people dared to set foot in. The fog land was a dangerous place. Unable to leap, they encountered all kinds of vicious demon beasts in the fog. Polar mantis, one of the ferocious demon beasts in the fog. The mantis blade was faster than a hurricane. Its body charged forward and retreated. The mantis extended and contracted both of its arms, perfectly combining them together to form a powerful attack. However, Long Fei had never been afraid of getting into trouble since he was young. "The stronger you are, the more I will trample on you." The clothes on Long Fei's body had a few cuts on it, the anger in his heart was rising, his fists sunk. Magma explosion fist. Boom! With a flick of his body, his entire body shot out explosively. The polar mantis crossed its arms and blocked, and its legs slightly sank. Its steel wing-like wings suddenly flashed and charged forward, colliding head-on with Long Fei. "Rub! You still like the front, right?" "Sure. I'll just see who has tougher teeth." As his fists surged, magma burned even more fiercely, and the moment he collided with the magma, it was as if he had been struck by a raging inferno. His right fist sank. Chilan arm. The punch landed heavily on the point where both of their arms were crossed. Rumble! The polar mantis slightly lowered its body. Its arms cracked a little, but it only cracked a little. Long Fei's right arm went numb, but... "Let's see how many moves you can take." Meteor fire rain. 10,000 punches. Ah! Long Fei roared in anger. His fist shot down like meteors, striking a specific point. "Strong? Let's see how strong you are." Bang, bang, bang. His fists were like a storm. He completely did not give the polar mantis any chance to retaliate. Come on, let's attack again." The 10,000 fists descended. The blood groove on the top of the polar mantis head had reached the bottom, and its body was also immediately set on fire by Long Fei. With a bang, all of it shattered. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Polar Mantis for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 Holy Source S, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Mantis Blade God. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Polar Mantis Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Polar Crystal Core. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. The system sounded out one after another. Just a little bit. Long Fei laughed excitedly. The little boss has dropped pretty well. He actually dropped a God rank cultivation technique. Cultivate. After finishing off the polar mantis, he stopped for a while and continued to walk forward. He was unable to determine direction in the dense fog, so Long Fei could only walk forward using his senses. Afterwards, he met a few polar mantis in succession. All of them were killed by Long Fei. After walking for more than half a day, Long Fei returned to his original spot. Damn! Wall-hitting ghost? Long Fei muttered in his heart. He clearly remembered that this was the first time he had hunted this mantis. There's something strange about this fog. Long Fei let out a small sigh. And then, the idea in Long Fei's heart sank, and linked to the golden cudgel, said, "Monkey, let me borrow your fiery eyes of truth to use." The power within the golden cudgel began to surge. Then, buzz! Long Fei closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. His eyes became a ball of flame and fiercely shot it out, instantly seeing something hundreds of miles away. A gush of water. Evil spring. All of the dense fog came out of the evil spring, and the surrounding area of the evil spring was filled with all kinds of bones. At this moment, with the fiery eyes of truth able to see through all evil, Long Fei quickly advanced. The fog grew thicker. Sounds rang out. "Stop him! Stop him!" Boom, boom! A few demon beasts rushed out of the mist and heavily struck Xiang Long Fei. Long Fei clenched his right hand, and golden cudgel appeared in it. "Stop me? All of you, get on the ground!" The golden cudgel swept across. Boom! A demon beast was swept flying. With the support of the golden cudgel in Long Fei's hand, his body flipped and swiftly rushed several thousand meters forward, leaving a group of demon beasts behind. It was not that Long Fei did not want to kill the demon beast, but it was because he had to first get rid of the evil spring and solve this fog. Otherwise, Long Fei would never be able to walk out and be manipulated by the fog. Bang, bang, bang! His footsteps were like thunder as he rapidly advanced. Seeing Long Fei getting closer and closer, the evil spring became more ferocious. The gushing spring water also started to roll upwards, as if it was an evil eye that had popped out. "Stop him! Do you hear me? Stop him!" Boom! Boom! The demon beast released waves of roars, and crazily chased up to him. However, Long Fei coldly laughed and said, "It's useless, no one can stop me." As soon as his voice faded, Long Fei floated in the air and landed on the head of the evil spring. At this moment, the demon beasts that were rushing over stopped in their tracks, and did not dare to get any closer. Long Fei slightly smiled. "You should be the one behind the great desolate mist formation, right?" If he did not have the power of the fiery eyes of truth, it would be impossible for Long Fei to find this place. Xie Qin's ice-cold voice resounded, and said, "So what if I know? Do you think you can escape from here?" "You can't escape. Do I have to run?" Long Fei looked at the evil spring and said, "If you kill you, how would I leave? Lowly human, you are courting death." The evil spring was enraged, and the dense qi within the spring pounced towards Long Fei, who was in mid-air like a violent tide. It was extremely fast. However, the moment the evil spring made a move, Long Fei also did not stay idle. The idea moved Shura's body open. Buzz! The power of his divine body exploded forth. Long Fei took the golden cudgel and viciously threw it down from the air. "Go straight for the yellow dragon." The Xiao Luo divine body released all of the evil spring's energy. The golden cudgel smashed down heavily. The evil spring's voice sunk. "No matter what weapon you use, it will all be swallowed by me. Seeing that there are no bones around, I can still swallow the bodies of these powerful demon beasts." The evil spring was very deep, and if he were to swing the staff, he would not be able to penetrate through to the end. However, Long Fei's body bounced, and suddenly moved further away. He did not grab the golden cudgel back, but instead coldly smiled. "An iron rod? Then I'll show you how fierce this iron rod is." Long Fei's idea connected to the golden cudgel and growled, "Golden cudgel, he wants to eat you." Can you let him eat you? Increase in size, increase in thickness, explode it. Boom! Amongst the evil spring. The golden cudgel moved at lightning speed, becoming thicker, larger, and longer. It suddenly came out from the deepest part of the evil spring. What is it? He is a main artifact. Want to swallow it? Brainless. The evil spring began to get unaccustomed to it, and started to gush forth with water like crazy, shouting angrily, "What exactly is this thing? Are you feeling bad?" Long Fei laughed disdainfully. "You said it, it's an iron rod. I'll stab your iron rod to death." Chapter 13:26 Healing Spring. Chapter 13:26 Healing Spring. Boom. 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 The golden cudgel grew in size, became thicker and longer. The spring water was torn apart. The spring water turned blood-red. Long Fei stood at the side of the spring and said, "Hair in your mouth, continue being arrogant." The evil spring could not endure it any longer, and was forced more and more to the point where its strength was being squeezed. Its entire body was about to explode, and every time the golden cudgel grew larger, a bright red damaged figure would float out from the top of its head. "Let me go. Lord, I beg of you, please let me go." The evil spring began to beg, "I don't dare to do it again, I don't dare to do it again." He was scared. Long Fei asked, "Let you go? What's so good about letting you go?" The evil spring did not give off a golden glow. Logically speaking, it should be the strongest boss in this fog, but it did not have any boss aura on its body. This made Long Fei very suspicious. The evil spring immediately said, "I have devoured a lot of powerhouse, and they have a lot of spiritual treasures with them. I will give them all to you, and I will give you everything." As he spoke, things started to appear one by one. These things had some pretty good spirit treasures, and there were even 2 ancient spiritual artifacts. These were really the energy that Long Fei's golden cudgel needed to fill up, but just these things were not enough to move Long Fei. Long Fei said, "If I kill you, these things will still be mine. You want these in exchange for your life? Just based on the fact that you wanted to kill me earlier, I can't let you go." The evil spring shook and said, "Lord, I beg of you, please let me go this once. I have cultivated for 37,000 years and have endured countless calamities before finally reaching this level. If you kill me, I will never be able to recover from it. I beg you, please forgive me this once. I will definitely remember your great kindness." Cultivate 37,000 years? Holy **T. Awesome. Long Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This chaos realm is truly extraordinary. He can even cultivate spring water, and can actually cultivate it to such an extent. Since you've cultivated for so many years. Long Fei's mind was spinning. The evil spring looked at Long Fei's expression and immediately said, "It was not easy to cultivate. Master, you also understand that you will let me go, right?" Just as the evil spring's voice fell, Long Fei grinned and said, "Then, even more so, I shouldn't have let you go." "Huh!" The evil spring gave a start and exclaimed, "Lord, don't kill me, I can do anything for you. As long as you don't kill me, I promise you anything." That's what I wanted to hear. Long Fei was secretly satisfied in his heart and asked, "I won't kill you? That will depend on what qualifications you have to make me not kill you." "Tell me, what do you know?" The feeling this evil spring gave Long Fei was not simple. To be able to cultivate from such a small spring for 37,000 years, it was enough to prove that he was not simple. The evil spring said, "I will release the fog. As long as I enter the fog, I will easily lose my bearings. Normal people will not be able to walk out." Long Fei said, "I already know about that. When facing a super powerhouse, your fog is useless. What else?" The evil spring was incomparably anxious as she said, and, "I also know how to control demon beast." Long Fei laughed disdainfully. "Is that what you call having control over demon beast? Those demon beasts were afraid of you, right? Because they were forced to listen to you, it wasn't because of your power controlling them. Long Fei had seen through this long ago. The evil spring was even more anxious. I still have strength, I still have. Hurry up and say it. Long Fei pretended to be impatient and bellowed. Just releasing the fog was enough, because this kind of evil spring was a natural protective magical formation. Once inside, one could forget about coming out. However, Long Fei still wanted to know what kind of power the evil spring had. I still have more. I definitely still have more. Let me think. The evil spring was very nervous and worried, because he could feel Long Fei's anger. He could also feel the golden cudgel in his body stirring. As long as the golden cudgel grew bigger, all of his cultivation would be reduced to ashes, pulverized, and all his 37,000 years of cultivation would be destroyed. However, the more nervous the evil spring was, the more it couldn't think of anything, and the more anxious it was, the more it didn't want anything. Long Fei said, "Seems like you don't know anything. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you here." Long Fei controlled the golden cudgel, causing its power to tremble. The evil spring was scared to the point of peeing. It shouted loudly, "I can heal, I have the power to heal, my spring water can heal wounds. Does this count as my power? The power of healing?" Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. Spring water? Healing spring? Main city spring water? Rapid recovery of health point? Holy sh*t, we've struck gold this time. On the surface, Long Fei seemed to be suppressing his shock, and said indifferently, "How do I get a cure? As long as my body is wrapped in my spring water, I can quickly swallow and heal the wound. If my power is stronger, as long as you stand by my side, I can heal the wound. This is the first sacred power I have mastered, but in this world, people eat people, ghosts eat ghosts, beasts eat beasts. This kind of healing power of mine is completely useless." All of the healing power that I had gained insight into was evil fog, to make those powerhouse lose their way, and to absorb the demon beast that had entered. It was all for my use. Ha ha! Long Fei's heart blossomed with a smile. F***ck. Awesome, awesome! Long Fei was extremely excited in his heart. With this guy, who else should I be afraid of in the future when we start fighting? A spring water was placed in the middle. Not just him, but his brothers as well. Long Fei asked slightly, "How many injuries can you heal?" The evil spring immediately said, "Master, as long as you are not dead, I have ways to cure you, including poison, internal injuries, and amputated limbs. This is the first divine ability I've developed, after all." The evil spring laughed bitterly. He was helpless against this ability. In this world, power was king. This kind of healing power was useless. What use would unassailable strength be? This was also the reason why Evil Spring could not immediately remember. It might not be useful to others. However, to Long Fei this was too freaking useful. Having this kind of healing spring was equivalent to bringing the main city to his side. "You're injured. Take a sip." How fierce is this? Wow! Just thinking about it makes me excited. What is the Immortal Core? This is what we call the Undying Legion. Long Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart and lightly said, "I can still spare your life, but can you come with me? In other words, can you become a war pet?" The evil spring was stunned. You want to take me away from here? You don't want to? No, I, even in my dreams, want to leave this place. Then do it with me. Chapter 13:27 Great Wilderness Abyss. Chapter 13:27 Great Wilderness Abyss. Ha ha. I've struck it rich. Long Fei moved his hand and took the golden cudgel back. The evil spring's body recovered. At this moment, Long Fei's idea entered the evil spring sea of consciousness and said, "You're willing to become my war pet?" The evil spring immediately nodded. "I am." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for reigning in Healing Spring, obtaining 100 experience, 100 Holy Source, and 100 points as a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the God's Martial Sect. The current number of disciples recruited is 5,000. Huh! Happiness came too suddenly. Long Fei wasn't prepared for it for a moment. The subjugation of the Healing Spring, which was also a part of the God's Martial Sect, was also because of this reason. It could be seen how powerful the Healing Spring was. His strength may not be as good as the Bemin, but his overall strength was definitely much stronger than the Bemin because, as long as he was around, Long Fei's army would not be an army. This feels great. I don't even need to bring my protective ring, ha ha ha. Long Fei suppressed the joy in his heart and asked, "You have cultivated here for 37,000 years, then you should know how the Great Wilderness Land's calamity occurred, right? Where did the Great Wilderness Land's spirit energy go?" The evil spring continued. "I'm not sure about what happened during the catastrophe, but I do know where the spirit energy in the Great Wilderness Land went to. That place is too scary." Long Fei directly said, "Speak." The evil spring said, "Great Wilderness Abyss, deep in the Earth's core." Long Fei's heart thumped. "It's really the Great Wilderness Abyss." The evil spring said, "Master, that place is the most dangerous place among the Great Wilderness Land. That place is the Chaos Realm's black hole, and no one can enter it." Long Fei asked, "Do you know the way?" The Great Wilderness Abyss had clues on reviving Jojo. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to go to Hell. Long Fei. The Great Wilderness Land has an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and all of the spirit energy has been absorbed by the monsters in the abyss. If not for him absorbing all the spirit energy, I might have been able to break through a few levels. Without waiting for the evil spring to finish speaking, Long Fei moved his body and recalled the evil spring back into the war pet space. The evil spring was startled and said, "Master, we cannot go to that place." Not waiting for him to finish, the evil spring's sacred art suddenly shook because he felt two incomparably powerful auras within the war pet space, especially that small blob of rat that seemed to be like a lump of meat. Sensing the aura of death from the evil spring on his body trembled, and he didn't have his own aura leaning towards another corner of the war pet space. The aura of the sky-swallowing rat was too strong. The fire unicorn lowered its voice and said, "Newbie, can you move a little less? You woke him up 1,000,000 times, we are all finished." The evil spring bubbled and turned into a small spring, quietly staying in the corner, not daring to move. He was like the fire unicorn, staring fixedly at it, afraid that it would suddenly devour it. It was too dangerous. The direction of the flow of spiritual energy? Long Fei felt slightly and said, "The spirit energy here is indeed denser than the spirit energy in Beast City, but the spirit energy here is not under control at all." Long Fei's cultivation method was different. However, he could also feel the flow of spiritual energy. The flow of spiritual energy here was very special, and he was unable to absorb it because the flow of spiritual energy was simply too fast. Huff! Great Wilderness Abyss! Jojo, no matter how difficult it is, no matter what happens, I will save you and revive you. Long Fei swore to himself in his heart that he could still vividly remember the moment when Dragon Domain Jojo blocked the attack for him. The first person that came to the God's martial continent for the first time was Jojo. Her meticulousness, her care and concern made Long Fei miss her. Fire Unicorn. When the Fire Unicorn received Long Fei's call, it was as if it had escaped hell. It gave the evil spring a good look, and instantly charged out, its face full of excitement. "Boss, where are you going?" Long Fei said, Follow the direction where the spirit energy is flowing. The fire unicorn sensed for a bit and said, "Understood." And then, as he leapt into the air, the fiery clouds beneath his feet began to burn as his body pierced through the void. In another place, Xian Yuan sword sect. Above the great hall, the space between Chen Xuanzong's brows widened, and he said, "What did you say? The 2 disciples that were sent to Beast City did not come back? What exactly happened?" An elder said, "Sovereign, could it be that the beast race wants to rebel against us? Even their wild beasts dare to do so? After the catastrophe, the beast race would never recover. As long as they are not allowed to cultivate in a place with dense spirit energy, they will forever be trampled under our feet. He dares to oppose us, it's more like he wants to die." Chen Xuanzong also did not place the beast race in his eyes. Right now, the beast race was not in a good shape and posed no threat to the Xian Yuan sword sect. The beast race was only their slave. Chen Xuanzong pondered for a moment, then said, "Elder Wu, Elder Qi, you guys go take a look personally. If the beast men really dare to rebel, directly suppress them." The 2 elders Wu and Qi walked out and hugged each other, saying, "As you command, Beast City. Activate all of your powers. Since our boss isn't here, we should go all out. So what if the spiritual energy is thin? So what if I don't have cultivation resources? Or's tribe has never been afraid. This is the 3rd set of Flame Warhammer. If you guys also want to defeat those arrogant Xian Yuan sword sect disciples, then break through your limits." Ha! Beast race warrior s crazily cultivated. It was the same for children and adult. In another place, it was the same for the disciples of the Kunlun sect. They were not only competing with the Ors tribe, they were also competing with themselves. They can all do that. We should work even harder. Both of Li Yuanba's eyes burned with anger as all the power in his body swelled up and his muscles expanded. "Ah!" Li Yuanba bellowed furiously as he charged into the sky. It was the same with the other King Kong. They were all desperately cultivating. Every time they broke through a little, Long Fei's God's martial sect would gain a little bit of experience, and the gang's experience would increase bit by bit. A rank 10 guild, able to activate the sect's teleportation ability. The God's martial continent's dragon race, Long Army, Lu Luoxi and the others, and Han Ba, could even be teleported over by Long Fei. For this, Long Fei was also working hard. The Bemin Beast has joined the God's martial sect, the gang has leveled up, the Healing Spring has joined the God's martial sect, the gang has also leveled up. If the Post-Nirvana Jojo joins the God's martial sect, the gang will definitely level up. A rank 10 guild, we must complete it quickly. Huff! Standing at the side of the great wilderness abyss, and feeling the limitless power of hell coming from it, Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh. Go down. Chapter 1328 was done playing? Chapter 1328 was done playing? Great wilderness abyss. It looked like a huge black hole. He couldn't see the bottom of the lake, and all he could hear was the sound of a tsunami roaring. All of the spiritual energy in the surroundings was sucked into it. What was it? It could absorb the spirit energy within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers? And it's been so many years. A normal warrior would explode if they could not even hold on for a second if they absorbed such a huge amount of spirit energy. Even a top ranker in Chaos Realm would not be able to do that. He couldn't bear such a huge amount of spiritual energy either. Was it the powerhouse? Was it a monster? Or was it a spiritual treasure born from the heaven and earth? Long Fei rushed down on his fire unicorn and followed the huge flow of spirit energy into the black hole. Boom! Boom! From deep within the black hole, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. The fire unicorn said, "Master, the aura below is very dangerous, we can't go any further." There were cliffs all around him, and there was no point of force. Long Fei could also feel that the aura below was extremely dangerous, but Long Fei said, "Continue to dive. If you are afraid, release me, I will jump down myself." The fire unicorn said, "Master, what are you saying? Who was I afraid of?" Thinking about the sky-swallowing rat in the war pet space, the fire unicorn grinned and said, "Besides the sky-swallowing rat, who else have I been afraid of?" And then, the fire unicorn braced itself and rushed down. The lower one went, the larger the space became. It was like falling into hell. The further down he went, the faster the spirit energy flowed. In the end, it was like a wind blade had swept past, slicing his body in incomparable pain. The scene inside caused Long Fei to involuntarily think about the chaotic flow of time and space. Just what is hiding in this place? The system only gave me clues regarding the completion of the quest. It did not say that I could complete the quest here. Ostensibly, it should not be the place where Jojo will be revived. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. The spiritual energy was too thick, it felt like he could easily grab it with his hand. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The center of the fire unicorn's brows contracted, and its body quickly came to a stop. The strong suction force made it impossible for him to stop. "Master, there is a huge barrier underneath, all the spiritual energy is being absorbed into it. We are not spiritual energy, we might be crushed into dust by the protective screen. Boss, hurry and run." Long Fei's power could also feel that there was a huge protective shield blocking his attack. And then, Long Fei kept his idea. "Fire Unicorn, go back." The Fire Unicorn said, "Master, don't." Without waiting for him to control it, Long Fei withdrew the Fire Unicorn into the space of the battlefield and jumped down heavily by himself. As soon as he finished, Long Fei roared in his heart, "Xiao Luo Divine Body, open!" A strong physical strength wrapped around Long Fei, and at this time, Long Fei heavily fell into the barrier. Following that, Long Fei's body was not under his control at all, as he was slowly sinking bit by bit, as if he had fallen into a swamp. What's going on? The more Long Fei struggled, the faster his body would sink. No matter how hard Long Fei tried, he couldn't control his body at all. Crazy sinking. Finally, Long Fei's consciousness was engulfed. He fell unconscious. This is bad. He did not know how much time had passed, to the point where it felt as if Long Fei had forgotten the time. Who is he? Is he a man? Why is he different from us? Is he the legendary man? How strange! Long Fei laid on the bed, and around the bed there were all kinds of women. Moreover, all of them were wearing very little clothes, only covering 3 spots. All of them were like fairies in the divine world. They supported their cheeks and squatted under the bed, quietly watching the unconscious Long Fei on the bed. Her large eyes and long eyelashes did not even bat an eyelash. Every one of them was curious because it was the first time they had ever seen someone of a different gender. Who knew if it was Long Fei's instinct being tempted by the surrounding fairies? Was still in the midst of having a beautiful spring dream, thinking about smacking her lips with a certain woman. Looking at Long Fei's sudden change in body, those women were even more shocked than before. Just as his pants were about to be ripped off, Long Fei suddenly woke up. Damn, this is bad. Furthermore, a large blade floated above his body. Just as he was about to slash down, Long Fei was instantly stupefied. He wanted to kick him, but he discovered that he did not have any energy in his body. It's over. Set the Chimney Pavilion as the home page to collect the Chimney Pavilion account number. Password: Forgotten password. User registration. Chimney Pavilion Search Fiction Station SMS. Set the Chimney Pavilion as the home page to collect the Chimney Pavilion account number. Password: Forgotten password user registration chimney pavilion search fiction station SMS integral rules asterisk first page asterisk fantasy novel asterisk the immortal novels asterisk metropolitan novel asterisk romance novel asterisk historical novel asterisk a novel about the game asterisk science fiction asterisk horror novel asterisk finished novel asterisk ranking list asterisk my bookcase background. Default background color light blue ocean light yellow clear green light elegant. Red powder aristocratic family white snow world gray world color. Default black red green blue brown size. Default small medium large double click scroll screen. Slowest, moderately fastest the strongest upgrade system. Chapter 1329 Sacrifice Chapter 1329 Author. A lot of water from the sea returns to the table of contents to join the bookmark. Table of Contents. Chapter 1329 Sacrifice Long Fei wanted to die. The idea moved, sensing the power in her body, but Long Fei could not feel the existence of any power, and neither could the inheritance of the Azura King. What's the situation? Where is my strength? At this time, the red-clothed female felt that Long Fei was inspecting her strength and said, "Stop trying to sense it, all of your strength has been blocked by my seal." Long Fei's heart sank and said, "I accidentally fell into the abyss, if there's anything that I'm sorry about, can you release the seal in my body?" If the inheritance power of the Azura King could even contain the seal, then these women were definitely not simple. At least, Long Fei could not see through the Red Lady's cultivation at all. The lady in red replied, "Only women are allowed to have cultivation here, and no man is allowed to have cultivation. I will not remove the seal from your body. I'll just leave." Long Fei said directly, "No cultivation? What's the difference between that and a piece of trash?" Even if the system was still working, Long Fei could not kill people, he could not kill monsters, and even the holy source was trapped, so how could he resist? Even if there was a system, it was useless. The seal was completely dead. "Leave," the short-hair woman said in shock. "You think that you can leave just because you want to?" "Exactly. Why don't you take a look at this place?" One by one, they spoke seriously. Suddenly, Long Fei had a feeling that he couldn't protect his holiday season. He clamped his legs together and asked, "What do you want?" In the past, he had even dreamt of entering the country of women. A man and a bunch of women could do whatever they wanted to do, whoever they wanted to do, wherever they wanted to do, whatever they wanted to do, but Long Fei was actually a little afraid in his heart. The woman in red spoke up slightly. "I don't want to do anything to you, but after a few days, I will send you out of here. But these few days, you must stay here obediently and don't go anywhere else." The girls were stunned as they looked at the woman in red. He was somewhat shocked. Long Fei was not an idiot. From the looks of those girls, Long Fei could tell that she wanted to leave. It was impossible. There was a high chance that there was no way out. Moreover, the woman in red might have other uses for her. Could it be that she wants to monopolize me? Long Fei thought in his heart. Damn, you can say it openly, if I can't satisfy others, how can I not satisfy her? The woman in red's figure was exceptionally sexy. The kind a man can't resist. Furthermore, he was wearing so little, that it definitely wouldn't be a problem for Long Fei to beat him 8 or 10 of them. And then, the woman in red's voice shook as she said, "Leave." The many women looked at Long Fei reluctantly, and one by one, they walked out. "Big sister, are you sure you want to send him off? We don't have any way out here? Only the great demon king," the short-hair woman said in a low voice. The woman in red said, "The day after tomorrow will be the day our spirit woman clan sacrifices to the heavens. We will use his blood to serve our ancestors and allow us to obtain an even stronger power to fight the great demon king. I promise, master, I will definitely lead you out of here." Short-hair woman shook and said, "Big sister, his blood?" The woman in red said, "His blood is very powerful. Recommended book chapter catalog join bookmark skills. Press Ctrl+D to quickly save the current chapter page to a favorite browser. Press Ctrl the Enter key returns to the chapter table, the O key returns to the previous chapter, the key enters the next chapter. Recommendation: Doloa Continent 4 Ultimate Doloa Shuro Goddess, Sword Truth, Heaven-Splitting Record, Sea Swallowing, Myriad King, Evil Lord Tian Long, Duke of Xia, Great Diao Min, Holy Ruins. All of the content of the novel's most powerful upgrade system comes from the internet, and the Choo Choo Pavilion only promotes novels with lots of water in the sea by the original author. Welcome to your book friend's support for a lot of water in the sea and to collect the latest chapter of the strongest upgrade system. All novels in this site are reprinted works, all chapters are uploaded by the netizens, and are only reprinted to promote this book for more readers to appreciate. If there are any infringement, please contact us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Copyright 2019 Kudu. www.beakage.com. All rights reserved. Chapter 1330 Gambling System. Chapter 1330 Gambling System, Seal. Long Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind thinking of a way to break it. Looking at those women's expressions, it was obvious that it was impossible to send him out. There must be another reason for him to be locked up here. Moreover, since this place was filled with women, was a little afraid that something might happen. Strength, blood vein, even the inheritance strength of the Azura king and ancestor Kunlun has been sealed. This woman's country is truly powerful. Long Fei tried to use the breaking through the seal a few times, but it failed. It was completely useless. He couldn't even feel the seal in his body, let alone feel it. The level of the seal was too high, so Long Fei was unable to break through. Right now, the only power that Long Fei could rely on was the system, but the cultivation techniques and divine weapons rewarded by the system required Long Fei's holy source to be activated to unleash its power. In other words, the system was useless now. That's not right. Suddenly, Long Fei's expression shook as he thought to himself. The other powers of the system might have been restricted by the indirect seal, but the system's merchant shop can still run. If there's a pill or other treasure that can unlock the seal, then there won't be a problem. The system points exchange market was omnipotent. There were a lot of strange things in there that only you could think of, but nothing that he couldn't do. Opening up the market, Long Fei immediately browsed through the items. The pill to break seal, the pill to break seal. In another place. Hurry up, this ancestral worship is very important to us, so you have to be careful of every detail. The woman in red commanded. In a huge square. In the center of the square, there were all kinds of totems carved on stone pillars. These totems weren't carved from precious beasts, but rather, they were carved from an incomparably gorgeous man. A woman. This was the belief of the woman in red, the female emperor. If Long Fei was here, he would definitely be very surprised to see all these totems, because the woman engraved on the totem looked like a person. Jojo. In the square, there was finally an altar with 9 steps. Dozens of women were quickly preparing. Short-hair woman walked out. The woman in red asked, "Is he still obedient?" Short-hair woman replied, "Very obedient. You have been sitting on the bed without moving at all. Big sister, is this a man? Isn't it too easy to be deceived?" The lady in red said slightly, "Martial ancestor once said that men are the people that cannot be trusted the most in this world. They lie continuously and are extremely flowery and cunning." Short-hair woman muttered, "It seems like we are lying to him." The woman in red glared at him and said, "No matter what he's doing, keep an eye on him. Tomorrow is the day of our ancestors' worship, we can't let anything go wrong." Short-hair woman immediately replied, "Understood." And then, short-hair woman asked again, "Big sister, if we really obtain stronger power, would we really kill our way out? The strength of the great demon king." The lady in red replied, "We have been trapped in the chaos realm for thousands of years. This place does not belong to us. You must get out." The red-clothed female's expression became calm as she muttered, "We must go back. We must see our world. We must go back to the Phoenix Mountain." Short-hair woman looked at her elder sister and thought, "Phoenix Mountain, are they all of the Phoenix clan? Who? This darn system merchant shop. I'm seeing crazy things. It's even more tiring than shopping with a woman." Long Fei complained. There were too many types of commodities, and most of them made Long Fei's eyes swell up when he saw them. It was very hard. However, in the end it was still found by Long Fei, blood of the unseal. Exchange points. 1,000,000. Damn. 60 million points. Where the F***K is this old man going to get so many points? Long Fei had the urge to die. It was not good to find the thing to unlock the seal among tens of millions of goods. But it actually needed 60 million points to exchange for. Long Fei looked at his points, it was only more than 10 million. Not enough. Points. Points. Long Fei opened his own space ring, it was empty. Aside from a few special things, there was nothing else. All of them had been devoured by the sky-swallowing rat. He was much fiercer than the Yen Huang ancestor back then. Without points, I am unable to exchange the blood of the unseal. Naturally, my strength is unable to break through the shackles. Do you really want me to break through the shackles in front of Xiao Bai? Although this place was filled with women, and was filled with beauties that could topple nations, places where Long Fei would even dream of doing in his previous life, he did not want to stay at all right now. Huff! Long Fei let out a heavy sigh. There's too little points to exchange for it. Are you trying to die here? Long Fei then looked at the other items. The other items could not break the impact of the seal at all. Huff, huff, huff. I'm going all out. Long Fei moved, looking at the other option gambling system, beside the system's market. Let's have a bet, transform into a motorbike. Make a bet. The gambling system always had one, but Long Fei was not one who liked to gamble. He would lose 9 times in a row, and the person in front of him was not a human, but an AI. Want to win? It was very difficult. Long Fei played with the super fishing machine in the God's Martial Continent, one shot of a golden dragon. That was luck when one's luck was huge. It was too difficult. Ding! The gambling system welcomes you. The system sent out a cordial greeting. Long Fei had never stopped such a gentle and cordial system beep. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Do you know that I'm giving you money? Rub. Shameless." Long Fei cursed as he entered the gambling interface. There were many choices: slot machine, fishing machine, 21 points, Russian roulette, landlord, even mahjong. Just like in the gambling den from his previous life, there were all sorts of ways to play. Ding! Please choose from among the players. Long Fei slightly said. To play mahjong for 4 people, deducting that they are the system's 3 other people, they are definitely not a match for the system. It's the same for playing landlord. If you want to make it, then make it a dual one. At least it'll be a bit easier to deal with. Do you have a spindle bar? Ding! System notification. Players' points are insufficient, you can't afford to play. Sigh, damn you. Are you looking down on me? Long Fei was immediately annoyed. How many points does it cost to play the game? Then change it. Russian roulette. Long Fei moved. The system sounded out again. I don't have enough points. I can't afford to play. Fuck your sister. System, you have a lot on your mind, don't you? This gambling city was opened for me alone. If you don't earn my money, who else can you earn? They even set up points. I'm just drunk. Long Fei changed a few in a row, and in the end, because he did not have enough points, he was looked down upon by the system. Ding! System notification. With your current points, you can only play the cat-up game. Chapter 1331 Lousy is not playing. Chapter 1331 Lousy is not playing catch games. Kids. A bunch of cows ran around inside and then tied the rope around it, crazily hitting the buttons to get over? Long Fei was speechless. Damn you! You got yourself into the gambling system? Are you going to kill a 3-year-old child? As soon as he finished, Long Fei immediately said, "Exchange 1,000,000 points chips for me." He rubbed his hands and laughed in his heart. Your father, will not kill you? He's an old hand at bullplay. Often in the street to help the children play a few, each time can put on the cow. However, the success rate of this game was high, but there would also be times when it would fail. It would depend on luck if one wanted to win the hand of the demon ox. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for trading 1,000,000 points of chips. The points were deducted by 1,000,000 points. Then, a chip appeared in Long Fei's hand. Long Fei said, 1,000,000 points for one chip? Isn't this way too much of a scam? However, this old man used this chip to make you go bankrupt, Grandma. Long Fei picked up the chips and threw it into the game console, causing the scene to change. Boom, boom, boom. A large wave of bison rushed across the screen. Long Fei's hands were quick. He pressed on the button and pulled a rope, mo. At this moment, the calf at the back of the herd was caught, ha ha. It's you. Then, Long Fei was like a madman, crazily hitting the buttons, pa 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 pa, pa pa pa. 3 times. The rhythm was extremely strong. You want to play the Ox King with me? I'll trap you to death. Long Fei grinned excitedly. Don't tell me you didn't know that the machine was my ATM? Ha ha ha. Long Fei had a way to trap a cow, and if he used his strength, that would be his choice as well. Be it in theory or practice, Long Fei was an experienced veteran. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, the reins were tightened, causing Long Fei to panic a little, and hit on the reins even more. Bam! The rope snapped. Ding! I failed to get a hold of Xiaoyo. Xiaoyo spat on your face and gave you some cow poop. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a pool of bullshit. Long Fei kept staring at the machine with a dark and murderous look in his eyes. The calf that was running away had been jumping all over the screen, and had started to poop on the screen. That smug expression was as cheap as it could be. Long Fei pulled out the golden cudgel and wanted to smash it with his staff, but before he could make a move, he felt a cold sensation on his back. Behind him stood 2 great gods in black suits and sunglasses. If he dared to touch the machines, he was afraid that he would be dragged out and beaten. Now that his strength had been restricted by the seal, he had to keep a low profile. He thought to himself, System, I didn't expect you to have fighters in a gambling den. Alright, are you satisfied yet? Again. I don't believe that an eagle that has been raised for the rest of my life would be able to be pecked by an eagle. Long Fei was not convinced. The idea moved. Exchange for another 1,000,000 points. This time Long Fei was even more serious. Being looked down upon by a calf, Long Fei's heart burned with rage, and he said, Wait, if I don't get you out, I'll have to go with your surname. Everything was ready. After putting in the chips, the scene changed again as a large wave of buffaloes flew past Long Fei. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Schwa! The rope uncoiled itself and wrapped itself around the head of the calf with incomparable accuracy. Pa 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 pa. This time Long Fei would definitely not give him the chance. However, when the calf was right in front of it, it suddenly turned its body and stomped its hooves on the ground. The rope snapped. Xiaoyo stuck out his tongue at Long Fei and peed on him once again. Ding! The looting had failed. The calf had spat on your face and had even shat on your face. Ding! Long Fei stared at the scene in a daze, staring at the arrogant calf. He really wanted to go on a rampage and kill it. Damn you! Is there such a thing? This is AF*King bullshit? System, Are you messing with Lousy? Long Fei was extremely unhappy, the flames were about to burn out. This was simply an insult to an old hand who was trying to trick him. Again, Long Fei didn't care about anything now and directly exchanged for chip. Half a minute later. Ding. Collection failed. Again. Ding. Collection failed. What the hell? Or could it be that this bastard isn't trying to trick us at all, he's trying to trick us? Long Fei cursed in his heart, but he was always serious. The game in front of him was not a simple bullseye. Ding. Collection failed. Continuously failing, 10 million points left over the last chip. Long Fei threw the chips into the game console, and then the scene changed again as a large wave of wild cows rushed out. At this moment, Long Fei suddenly pressed down on the start button, schwa. With the rope in hand, he placed it right in front of him. His physique was extremely thick, and his muscles bulged, as if he was the demon Ox King. Long Fei shouted, "It's you! Pa 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 pa, pa pa pa, pa pa pa." The whole herd panicked. The demon Ox King was even more confused. He never thought that Long Fei would throw the rope at him. He was caught off guard. Long Fei did not let go, not even the slightest bit of anger. Moo moo. It let out a series of roars. Come out. Long Fei roared. He pressed down hard on the button, and in that moment too, Demon Ox struggled as he was dragged into the darkness. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for succeeding. And then, Long Fei did not care about it. Instead, he stared at the stupefied expression on the screen and laughed coldly. You must be more pleased with yourself, or do you want to spit on your father's face? Rub. I can't get rid of you. 1 net for fish, 2 nets, 3 nets. If one did not fish in the 9 nets, one would be able to fish in a big fish. The group of bison were all stunned. This was especially the case for that calf. It seemed as if it had been injected with an impotent needle, and it was in no mood at all. Long Fei took out a whole pile of chips from his bag and said, "System, are you playing with me? I won't be able to play with you. If you have the ability, why don't you take a bite out of it?" Long Fei turned around with a pile of chips in his arms, looked at the two great gods and said disdainfully, "Scram to the side, okay? I am now a rich person." As long as Long Fei did not trigger the rules, the two gods would not be able to touch him. Exchange points. A large pile of chips was held on the exchange table. The melodious sound of the system notification rang out. System notification. Players can now play other gambling games. I don't want to play anymore. Exchange points. Chapter 1332, Lousy is going to rebel. Chapter 1332, Lousy is going to rebel. Absolutely do not give the gambling system any chance. The entire gambling city was open for him. If he didn't scam someone, then who else could he be scammed? If Long Fei wasn't forced into a corner, he would definitely not come to this kind of place. He would really be dug a hole, and not even his underwear would remain. It was too tiring to compete in intelligence and courage. Long Fei realized the problem when he was playing with the ox machine. He had always been playing the fool, but his final move had been extremely thrilling. Half a minute later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for exchanging the point. The current number is 80 million. Huff! Enough! Long Fei breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The moment he walked out of the gambling city, he said, "If you have the chance, come again." The gambling system is an attractive system. In addition to being able to bet points, he could also use points to bet equipment, gambling holy artifact, gambling blood vein, but it was extremely difficult for him to win. When Long Fei returned to the exchange hall, the idea moved. Exchange for the blood of the unseal. Ding! Exchange successful. Long Fei immediately consumed the blood of the unseal, and a sliver of energy immediately recovered from his body. However, he did not fully recover his energy in an instant. The red-clothed female's sealing was too strong. Even if Long Fei had swallowed the blood from unsealing the seal, it would still require some time to completely recover. No rush. As long as it can recover. Long Fei was not anxious. He remained seated, and quietly waited for his strength to recover bit by bit. At this moment, a few ladies snuck into the room, but still looked curiously at Long Fei. The short-hair woman was one of them. The scene of the large blade being suspended above his second brother was something that Long Fei would never forget for the rest of his life. Sister One, what is he doing? Are you cultivating? Sister One, will he really become a sacrifice? Big Sister said that the blood vein contains a great amount of power. Perhaps it can allow the female emperor to bestow us with a great amount of power, and then we can fight against the great demon king. It seems like men are quite useful. The few women whispered to each other. They did not guard against Long Fei. Someone who had been given a seal by Big Sis did not even need to be released. Long Fei understood the situation he was in from their conversation and thought to himself, so it's not because they want to gather me, but because they want to use me as a sacrifice to the heavens? Or use my blood essence? I already told you that the most poisonous thing is the heart of a woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more poisonous their heart is. Long Fei was a little displeased in his heart. He opened his eyes slightly, concealing his strength, revealing a terrified expression, and said, "You want to use me as a sacrifice? It can't be for my life, right?" The four women were stunned. Short-hair woman pulled out his long blade. This blade, it was extremely powerful. There were cracks on the surface of the blade, but this did not hinder its sharpness. There were some unique symbols flickering with green light on the surface of the blade. He really missed Raven's sword. Pointing the long blade at Long Fei, short-hair woman said, "So what if I want your life? It will be an honor for you to be our sacrifice for the rest of your life." Another young girl said, "Don't worry, Sister One is scaring you. You're only using a little of your blood essence to sacrifice the heavens, don't worry. This time, it will be different. Perhaps all of his blood essence will be used." Really? It seems like Big Sister is very serious this time. We fell into the Chaos Realm. Big Sister wanted to bring us back, but previously, she didn't have the appropriate power for it. Now that his blood vein is very powerful, she should be able to make us feel our existence. Several women started discussing. Then, he forgot about Long Fei. He didn't seem to care at all. Only short-hair woman stared at Long Fei and felt that Long Fei was a little different from 2 days ago. As for what was different, she couldn't feel it. Falling into the Chaos Realm? Are they the same as the Yuanyang Big Beast? Are they also outsiders? Long Fei was secretly shocked, but what world do they belong to? I don't care. The world they belong to has nothing to do with me. My goal in coming to the great wilderness abyss is to find clues to Jojo's revival. Long Fei's heart sank and his mind started to think frantically. His cultivation was still not fully recovered yet. He had yet to figure out what kind of existence was here. More importantly, who was the great Devil King that they spoke of? Wait. Long Fei closed his eyes and waited for the power to recover. Not long after, the short-hair woman said, "Let's go. Tomorrow is the day of the sacrifice. You guys should also make some preparations." The few of them glanced at Long Fei and then walked out. Short-hair woman looked at Long Fei, and for some reason, he said, "If you succeed in offering sacrifices to the heavens, you might be able to live. If you fail, we do not allow any men to set foot here. You will be exiled and you will die." With that, the short-hair woman walked out. Long Fei thought, "It doesn't look that bad." Beast City. Elder Wu and Elder Qi brought a dozen or so profound Origin sect disciples over to the air above Beast City. Elder Wu controlled his sword as he moved, directly landing on the square outside the city lord's mansion. "Call Hu Tianba out." As soon as his voice faded, Suddenly, many people looked over and saw the face of Elder Wu's clothes suddenly change. A few disciples quickly ran out. Elder Wu sneered, "A bunch of barbarians." He thought that these people were afraid of him, because who wouldn't fear the elders of the Xian Yuan sword sect within the radius of millions of kilometers? Moreover, the current Xian Yuan sword sect had established a relationship with the Hellgate and was the absolute hegemon of this area. However, the situation was a little different from what he had expected. In less than half a minute, two groups of people rushed out and surrounded him. Wu Xiong's forehead tightened as he let out a heavy, cold snort, saying in disdain, "What do you bunch of trash want to do?" Lei Dong walked out and said, "I don't want to do anything, I just want to remind you that this is the Beast City, and this is our Orse tribe's territory. We do not welcome you here. Get out." The Orse tribe took a sudden step forward and let out a loud shout. His voice was deafening. Wu Xiong's heart shook and he shouted, "You want me to scram? Are you beasts really capable? You're courting death." With that, Wu Xiong's powerful aura burst forth, his sword thrusting straight towards Lei Dun. It was fast and powerful. The sword's shadows spread across the sky. This time, they were here to teach the beast a lesson and let the dog know who was the master. However, Lei Dun's forehead sank as he stared intently at Wu Xiong. The moment the long sword was about to land, his body abruptly charged forward. He waved his right hand. Boom! A flame ignited and a hammer was smashed down. All the fire energy was like an overwhelming pressure that struck the top of Wu Xiong's head. Crack! Wu Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a dead dog. He glared at Lei Dun, who was walking towards him, and said, You dare rebel?" Leighton shouted, "This old man is going to rebel." Boom! Chapter 1333 JoJo, Female Emperor? Chapter 1333 JoJo, Female Emperor? Great Wilderness Abyss. Long Fei's hands tensed up. He felt his strength and said faintly, "I've recovered more or less." It was also at this time. Short-hair woman walked into the room and said, "Come out, let's go to the altar." Long Fei did not resist. He followed the short-hair woman out and said, "Who do you worship? Which god?" The short-hair woman's voice turned cold and said, "If you still want to live, you absolutely cannot ask this kind of question in the future. We don't believe in gods, we believe in female emperors." Female emperors? Long Fei's heart trembled and thought, seems like he really is an outsider. As long as he does not believe in main temple's gods, it will be fine. Long Fei didn't want the main temple to find out that he was still alive. Otherwise, if the destiny god came to deliver a fate judgment, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Even with the resurrection ring, he wouldn't be able to do it. Long Fei followed the short-hair woman out slowly. This place was very simple and crude. There were only a few caves, and they were very primitive and unadorned. However, the sky was a little different. It was not dark, nor was it blue sky, but a scarlet-red sky. This was not the sky, but the barrier that engulfed Long Fei. What is it? Is this a secret world? Long Fei kept thinking. At this moment, short-hair woman said lightly, "We're here." He then reminded her in a low voice, "Just do what Big Sis wants you to do. This is good for you. Don't ever try to resist or your life won't be saved." Long Fei nodded lightly. Wung! 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 The dozens of women around the altar prostrated themselves on the ground. The altar was glowing with a red light, and the woman in red was mumbling something, as power constantly surged into the altar from her body. This was a special kind of sacrifice to the heavens. Long Fei had never seen it before. Moreover, the power emitted from their bodies, the ideas were all a type of special power, a negative power. Their auras gave Long Fei a very familiar feeling. There was a mark on the top of each of their heads. Long Fei felt that he had seen this imprint somewhere before. It was a very familiar feeling. Sacrifice. The woman in red's voice sank. Short-hair woman immediately said, "Go to the altar." Long Fei was thinking about what kind of familiar energy aura was this, and what were these imprints on his forehead. Long Fei walked up the stage, standing on the arena, looking down from above. The woman in red's voice sank. "Give me your divine blood." Short-hair woman looked at Long Fei and said, "Concentrate your blood essence." Long Fei hesitated. Short-hair woman said, "Hurry." Long Fei moved, and a drop of blood essence condensed out. He thought to himself, "I want to see what kind of god the both of you worship." A drop of blood essence fell down. In an instant, the bodies of those kneeling on the altar began to tremble violently. The lady in red's countenance trembled as well. The entire altar was shaking as well. This force was incomparably powerful. The lady in red's eyes shone with a bright light. She was secretly excited. After that, the idea rushed towards the altar. Boom! A flash of red light soared straight into the sky, just like a laser breaking through the darkness. Short-hair woman could not help but say, "What a strong power of the blood vein." There was also a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But, at this moment, the crimson barrier in the sky suddenly moved. Rumble! Rumble! A deafening explosion. "Hongi, don't you dare escape my control." Then, a red light flashed and fell. The two gigantic red armor warrior landed on the altar, wielding their blood-colored wild blades. They slashed forward. Shwa! The speed was too fast for the woman in red to react. The two red-armored demon warriors chopped off the heads of the two women. Little Qing. Short-hair woman's eyes were filled with anger. He jumped down from the altar, released his long blade and slashed forward. She stared at Long Fei and then looked towards the scarlet barrier in the sky as she said, "Red Devil, don't think you can stop me this time." Buzz! The red-clothed female moved, and directly jumped onto the altar, and stared at Long Fei. Again! Grab Long Fei's arm. Long Fei moved his strength and dodged it. "I've already let go of the blood, you won't want my life, right?" The lady in red's expression shook as she asked, "Your seal?" Long Fei said, "It's already been undone, just a mere seal. Do you think it can stop me?" The woman in red's face became anxious as she said, "I don't have time to explain. I beg you, just one more drop of blood essence. Then we can break through the defense and obtain the female emperor's summons. We can return home." Not waiting for her to finish, the red devil's voice shook. "Wahahaha. Go home? Red-clothed, don't even think about it in this life. Still trying to go home? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you would have already forgotten the methods of my red devil." Boom! His voice sank and a blood-red long braid was drawn out. Pa! It accurately whipped the back of the red-clothed disciple's body. The whip was so deep that the skin and flesh were split open, and even the bones were visible. This whip was incomparably vicious. "Big sister! Big sister!" All the girls were startled. They suddenly stood up, and the entire altar began to tremble. The ceremony was interrupted, and the red light also began to tremble. The woman in red immediately shouted, "Don't worry about me. You can continue. I'm fine." Ah ha ha! Another round of laughter rang out in the sky. "Are you all right?" "It's fine, I'll continue then." Pa pa pa. As the whip and whip violently lashed out, the woman in red's back was in a mess of blood and gore. Her face was also extremely pale. The red-clothed female looked at Long Fei and said, "I beg you, please lend us some blood essence." Long Fei was stunned. However, the red devil sneered, "Brat, she wants your blood essence. If you continue to release your blood essence, all of your cultivation strength will be sucked out. Return to the Phoenix Mountain? Red-clothed, don't even think about it in this life." While they were talking, another whip lashed out. At this moment, Long Fei's heart moved, and was shocked by the 3 words Phoenix Mountain. The auras on their bodies are somewhat similar to the auras on Jojo's body. The mark on their foreheads. Isn't that the appearance of a heart of Phoenix? At this moment, Long Fei looked at the women on the totems around him, and his heart sank even more. It's Jojo's appearance, could it be? Jojo is your female emperor? In that instant, Long Fei suddenly took a step forward and blocked the red whip. His right hand grabbed out, fiercely grabbing it, and said, "Bullying women is nothing. If you have the guts, then come at me." The red devil sneered, "Brat, you are courting death." Chapter 1334, Purple Light Boss. Chapter 1334, Purple Light Boss was very unhappy that he had bullied women. Moreover, these women were most likely Jojo's clansmen. Regardless if Jojo was a female emperor or not, Long Fei couldn't just sit idly by. With one hand, he fiercely grabbed onto the red whip. The burning sensation struck his heart. The powerful force struck down, causing Long Fei to grit his teeth and endure. The woman in red's face sank, her eyes filled with incomparable shock. It was also at this time. The 2 red-armored demon warriors suddenly rushed towards Xiang Longfei. The red devil sneered, "Kid, are you going against me? You only have one outcome, die." Long Fei opened his right hand, and the golden cudgel landed in his hand. He sneered and said, "The person who tells me this has only one outcome, die." Boom! Boom! Without waiting for the red-armored demon warrior to charge forward, Long Fei smashed the staff down ferociously. Instantly, he fell to the ground. Without waiting for them to get up, Long Fei smashed down with a few more staff strikes. It was extremely ruthless, and did not hold back at all. Die! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Red-Armored Devil Warrior for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 10,000 Holy Sources, and 10 energy points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Blood Berserk Blade. Ding! 2 consecutive notifications sounded. Long Fei pointed to the scarlet boundary in the sky and said, "You want me to die? Come on." Rumble! The sky darkened. With a flash of red light, another few red-armored demon warriors landed on the ground. Long Fei grinned and said, "Just this little bit? It's not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth." He swung the staff and smashed it down heavily. Golden Cudgel, main artifact. It smashed the bodies of the red-armored warriors, causing them to feel pain, and they were completely unable to endure it. It was an instant kill. However, the experience of these red-armored warriors was quite abundant, and they felt exceptionally refreshed. Long Fei laughed. "Just a bit more, I'm not feeling happy at all." The red devil was enraged, and the scarlet boundary pressed down fiercely as he bellowed. "Brat, are you that awesome?" Long Fei said, "I've been this awesome since I was young." "Humph. Then let's see how long you can last." The red devil's voice burst out. Following that, the blood-red whip swept down like thunder. Crack! Boom! Ah! A woman's body was cut in half and she died instantly. The woman in red immediately shouted, "Return to the cave, quickly!" Pa! Without waiting for her to finish, she lashed out with her whip, directly pulling the woman in red off the altar. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the girls all surrounded her. "Big sister! Big sister!" Rumble! A few more women were cut in half, their blood splattering all over the ground. Long Fei's heart erupted with anger. The idea moved. Main artifact, dragon coffin form. Buzz! The golden cudgel instantly recovered back to its dragon coffin state. Long Fei controlled the idea. Lock onto the target. I will blast you to death with a cannon. Release the main gun. With the target locked on, he would definitely die without the defense of the main artifact. However, the prerequisite was that it had to be locked on. In this instant, Long Fei basically did not see a target, and the main gun simply could not lock onto it. Long Fei cursed angrily in his heart. Ha ha ha! The Red Devil laughed wildly and said, Brat, you want to go against me? Red Clothes. Are you delusional enough to want to return to the Phoenix Mountain? You still dream of obtaining the power of the female emperor? Let me tell you, you won't be able to think about it for the rest of your life, and… Phoenix Mountain. Are there still Phoenix Mountainess? Your Phoenix clan's female empress might not even exist in this world anymore, ha ha. We, the Magic Tribe, have won this war. The Red Devil began to laugh maniacally. Long Fei roared, I said before, if you have any abilities, come at me. Come on. If you have the guts, then blast me to death. Red Devil, you trashy trash, you dare to attack Lousy. Long Fei scolded loudly. He had some doubts in his heart and thought to himself, why are these women of the Phoenix clan so weak? His physical body did not have the slightest bit of defense. It was like slicing a cabbage. Other than short-hair woman, all of them were weak. Even the red-dressed woman was the same. You! Humph! Since you are in a hurry to be reborn, then I shall fulfill your wish. The Red Devil's power moved, locked onto Long Fei with its power, and fiercely smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy force exploded right above Long Fei's head. Long Fei's body abruptly sank, feeling incomparable discomfort. However, the other members of the Phoenix clan, however, were not harmed. Long Fei roared out and said, Quickly hide in the cave. All of the women's expressions changed. The woman in red immediately reacted. Everyone, quickly enter the cave. Long Fei straightened his body from his new position and said, Is that all you have? If you have the guts, you could get stronger. The Red Devil flew into a rage and attacked with an even more powerful force. Long Fei did not defend at all and laughed. Come on, come, let's see how strong your strength is. Boom, boom. Poochie. Long Fei sprayed out a mouthful of blood, bared his bloody teeth, and said, Ha ha. Is that all? Are you a fart? You don't even have a body? No wonder your strength is so weak. What use do you think you have? You can't even kill me while I'm standing here. The Red Devil was even more furious, as if Long Fei had mentioned his sore spot. An even more powerful force blasted down. Die! Die! His strength was very strong. Long Fei didn't know how much longer he could endure, but he had to expose the Red Devil's body. Only by doing this would he be able to kill him. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Big sister, what is he doing? Why is he doing this? Seeing Long Fei's body drenched in blood, they simply couldn't understand what Long Fei was trying to do. The woman in red shook her head. Looking at the new round of red lightning bolts, Short-Hair Woman took a step forward and blocked it. After continuously striking down the lightning bolts, he grabbed Long Fei and said, Let's go! Long Fei didn't move and still laughed loudly. Red Devil, so you really are a piece of sh*t. You don't even have a body, ha. No wonder you don't have the strength. Did you see that? Even a woman could easily shatter your power. You think a piece of trash like you can kill me? Is your brain filled with water? Ah! The Red Devil was completely enraged. Short-Hair Woman's face changed greatly as he said, Let's go quickly. The Red Devil has revealed its true form. We are doomed. Die. All of you die. The voice was filled with burning rage. Next, the scarlet boundary in the sky sunk and turned into a huge body. He was the great demon king with an extremely ugly body. Ancient Red Devil. At this moment, Long Fei's eyes turned tight. Fuck, its purple light is too dazzling. It's a purple light that's stronger than a boss. Ha ha. It's easy with your body. Ding. Target locked. Chapter 1335 Water God Treasure. Chapter 1335 Water God Treasure. Ding. Target locked. After revealing his true body, without even thinking, Long Fei locked onto it with his cannon. I'm just afraid that if you don't come out, The moment you come out. Heh heh. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curved into a sinister smile, and he said, "Come out, I'll blast you to death with a cannon. Kill me. Lowly and lowly thing, you think you're worthy?" The Red Devil gave a disdainful sneer. Its ugly face was even uglier when it smiled, so ugly that no one could look at it straight on. The Red Devil roared, its power surging as it slapped the top of Xiang Longfei's head. "Die!" Long Fei sneered, the main gun on his shoulder, pulled the trigger and shot out as though it was a rocket launcher. Boom! Putting away the main gun, he turned back confidently and walked towards the lady in red, without even looking at the Red Devil that was smacked down. In the short-hair woman, the lady in red looked at him in shock and said, "Back, back?" Long Fei smiled, opened his fist and said, "Pring!" At this moment, the main gun behind him exploded, striking the Red Devil's body, producing a huge sound. Rumble! The Red Devil did not react at all, its body was instantly turned into powder. Lock on, instant kill. This was the main gun. Unless he had a defensive main artifact like Zhan Wushuang, but how many people in this world could have a main artifact? The scene was incomparably shocking. It was also at this moment. Long Fei laughed again and said secretly, "Ding!" The system sounded out, causing Long Fei's heart to move as he muttered, "Activate striking energy value." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Red Devil 4, obtaining 890,000 experience, 80,000 holy source points, 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Red Devil. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Star Moon Sword. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Red Devil Boundary. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. The system continuously rang out. The items dropped by the Purple Light Boss were all God-tier items. However, Long Fei's current focus was on going berserk. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for releasing Level 1 Berserk. Please choose your Domain Treasure Series, Water God Treasure Series, Heavenly Court Series, Game Series, Animation Series. A series of options appeared in Long Fei's mind. Choose one you haven't chosen this time. Level 1 Berserk, try your luck. Long Fei moved. Choose the Water God Treasure Series. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Scatter Seeds, which become Solidar's technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Huh! Damn, Scatter Seeds which become Solidars? Your sister, do you have to be so fierce? Long Fei was stunned. He did not expect to draw a technique, and a heaven-defying one at that. Cultivate. Long Fei moved, and immediately opened up the Qi method column to see the attributes of the technique. Skill path. Scatter seeds which become Solidar's grade. Divine level consumption. 100,000 holy source. Description. Scatter seeds which become Solidar's is like a bean. When scattered on the ground, it becomes a battle weapon. Under the control of the idea, one warrior can be summoned every time. Holy **T. This time, he's really strong. Long Fei was overjoyed. This feels great, only with this technique does it feel good. With this skill, leveling up in the future will be much easier. Buzz! Buzz! As the Red Devil was instantly killed by Long Fei, the red boundary that was in the air also disappeared. Through the darkness, they could see the shining stars in the sky. Slowly, all the women of the Phoenix clan walked out and looked up at the sky. For the first time in thousands of years they saw the night sky and the stars. It was also at this time. Long Fei moved. Evil Spring. Buzz! The Evil Spring came out from the War Pet space and stood by Long Fei's side. And then, the injuries on Long Fei's body quickly healed, and her health point quickly returned to normal. It wasn't just him. The members of the Phoenix clan also did the same. The injuries on red-clothed Big Sister's body quickly recovered, and the whip wounds on her back slowly healed. In the end, not even a scar remained. The big sister in red looked at Long Fei in shock. She walked to Long Fei and knelt down on one knee. At this moment, all of the Phoenix clansmen knelt down. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the gratitude of Phoenix Clan. The reward is level +1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the gratitude of Phoenix Clan. The reward is level +1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 9th level of the Moon stage. 2 levels in a row? Seeing them kneel on the ground, he immediately said, "There is no need to perform such a great courtesy." The red-clothed elder sister said, "You were the one who saved us. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would all have died here today." "What I did to you back then?" Long Fei waved his hand. "These are all matters of the past, there's no need to mention it anymore. Besides, there's also a reason why I saved you." He was here for clues. While they were talking, Long Fei took out the Heart of Phoenix and said, "The mark between your eyebrows is exactly the same as this. I want to know how to revive her?" The red-clothed female's face shook. Heart of Phoenix, female emperor imprint. You. This. The people of the Phoenix clan were all incomparably shocked. All of them grew excited. In Long Fei's hand was the Heart of Phoenix with the seal of a female emperor. The pattern drawn on their foreheads was also that of a female emperor. How could this not cause them to be excited? The red-clothed female looked at Long Fei and her expression became incomparably excited. She originally had only knelt down on one knee, but now she kneeled down once again and said with a heavy voice, "This disciple does not know your relationship with the female emperor. I hope that you can forgive me." Female emperor imprint? It's really Jojo? Long Fei's heart froze for a moment, then he immediately went forward to support the red-clothed female. "Don't say that you're not guilty. I've come here to find out how to revive her." Long Fei looked at the lady carvings on the totem stones and thought to himself, "Jojo, is that you?" The red-clothed female said, "Phoenix rebirth, after refining the Heart of Phoenix, it can only wait for another revival. There is only one condition to revive." Long Fei asked, "What conditions?" As long as Jojo was revived, he would do it no matter how difficult the conditions were. The woman in red faintly said, "Return to your nest." The phoenix has returned to its nest. Long Fei was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" The red-clothed female said, "Have the Heart of Phoenix return to the Phoenix Mountain, and wait for the power of heaven to revive." Long Fei said, "You want me to go to Phoenix Mountain?" The red-clothed female said, "This is the only way to revive her master. Since this Heart of Phoenix has a female emperor's imprint, then she must be very important. Maybe. She is the female emperor, so I humbly request for Master to go to Phoenix Realm." Chapter 1336 Phoenix Realm. Chapter 1336 Phoenix Realm. Return to the nest and revive. This was the second step of the SSS rank quest. At this moment, Long Fei practically did not hesitate at all and said, "If we go to the Phoenix Realm?" Let alone going to the Phoenix Realm, even if he went to hell, with mountains of blades and seas of fire, Long Fei would definitely not even bat an eyelid. Jojo was too important to him. The first person who came to this world to know him, the first person who was good to him. The lady in red looked at the altar and said, "Sacrifice the heavens for power. If you are related to the female emperor, I believe that she will definitely be able to sense us with your blood essence and will definitely be able to summon us back to the Phoenix Realm. Let's go." Long Fei leapt onto the altar, moved his blood essence, and once again landed on the altar. The red-clothed female looked at Long Fei and said faintly, "Phoenix clan members, listen up. Begin offering sacrifices to the heavens." At this moment, the brows of those people tightened slightly. Short-hair woman walked over to the red-clothed female and said in a low voice, "Big sister, Even if the female emperor has released her summoning power, she can only bring one person back. Then you. This was something all the Phoenix clansmen knew. The red-cloved female could only return to Phoenix Mountain to open the tunnel, but now, without any hesitation, the red-cloved elder sister said, "The sacrifice begins." In the past, she did not know about her mission on the Chaos Realm, but now she knew that it was to wait for Long Fei, for this female emperor insignia. This was all part of the female emperor's plan. Even if she couldn't return to the Phoenix Realm in her lifetime, she didn't care as long as she could accomplish her mission as a female emperor. Sacrifice to the heavens, pray. As the red-cloved female's voice fell, she let out a heavy shout, and turned towards the Phoenix race as she began to sacrifice the heavens. As Long Fei's blood essence fell onto the altar, a red light shot into the sky. For a time, the 9 heavens were in an uproar. The power of the Phoenix clan blended into the altar, and Long Fei looked up into the sky while holding the heart of Phoenix in his hand, and muttered, "Jojo, no matter what, I will definitely let you live again, definitely." In that instant, the red light shone brightly, and immediately enveloped Long Fei. Finally, a strong light flashed, and Long Fei's body was sucked into the strong light, instantly disappearing from the altar. In another place, Xian Yuan's sword sect. How preposterous! Chen Xuanzong was enraged and bellowed, "A mere savage beast, you haven't even evolved properly, you dare oppose me? Is he courting death? Sect Master, we must not let Wu Xiong's death go so easily. If he wants to challenge the dignity of our Xian Yuan sword sect, he must not let it go. You have to return the favor by killing our elder. It's just a mere beast city, and he dares to be so impudent in front of us. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't we, the Xian Yuan sword sect, be mocked by others?" In the main hall of the Profound Origin sect, many of the elders were exceptionally angry. Beast City and the others had never placed them in their eyes before. Just a few barbaric orcas, some with well-developed limbs and simple-minded idiots, actually dared to touch their people now, so naturally they could not be let off. Chen Xuanzong slightly said, "Pass my orders. 1,000 elite disciples of the College of Martial Arts Training have come out. Qi Lu you 3 elders will be leading. Since the Beast City wants to rebel, then we will make them pay the price of their blood. Slaughter the city. Leave no one alive." The 3 elders cupped their fists and responded in unison, "As you command, Beast City." After killing Wu Xiong, Lei Dun was ready to fight. Within the city lord's main hall, Huolin said slightly, "This time, Xian Yuan's sword sect will definitely send an army to invade. If Xian Yuan's sword sect were to rush to his destination at full speed, it would take about 2 days." "We still have 2 days to prepare," Leighton said. "Brother Hua, please be direct with your preparations." Huolin said, "Xian Yuan's sword sect will definitely come in full fury this time. We will make them come without a return, and we will also take this opportunity to train the fruits of our cultivation during this period of time. We must definitely bring out the prestige of our god's martial sect. Leave everything to me." Huolin smirked and laughed coldly. "Since the Kunlun sect has been destroyed, let us start from here, and rise once again from this great wilderness land." Buzz! The voice exploded in Long Fei's mind. He landed. Long Fei's body was absorbed by a strong force. A few seconds later, a strong light flashed. Ding! System notification. Player's location, Phoenix Realm. You really came to the Phoenix Realm? Long Fei was startled, but there was only one mountain in the entire Phoenix Realm. Phoenix Mountain. There was only one mountain in the entire plain. There was nothing else. This Phoenix Mountain was completely lifeless. It did not have the slightest feeling of being in Phoenix Fairy Realm. Trees withered and spirit energy withered. The crows gathered together and began to cry out. The scene was almost like the forest of death. Is this the Phoenix Mountain? Long Fei was suspicious. if not for the system notification informing him that he had come to the wrong place. Boom! Boom! There were loud sounds in the sky, like the roars of a huge beast. Red light flickered, and the devil fire burned the sky. Long Fei's heart secretly moved. It's the same as the devil fire on the red devil's body. Let's go take a look. Long Fei immediately rushed towards the top of the mountain. Old woman, why are you doing this? The Phoenix Mountain has already become a mountain of death. What use is there for you to still be guarding this phoenix nest? It's hard to say where you, the female emperor, are now. Voices exploded in the sky. A ball of black flames rolled in the air, bringing with it an incomparably savage aura. Behind him were tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Their roars and auras were even more brutal. On the other side, a few white-haired old women had pale faces, but their eyes were filled with determination. On their bodies, the figure of a seven-colored phoenix could be seen. They were Phoenix Mountain's last remaining defense tribe. Protect this phoenix nest, because, if the female emperor wanted to revive, only this phoenix nest could do so. An old woman said in a deep voice, "Black Flame, even if I use the last of my strength, I won't let you succeed. When the female emperor revives, you will be punished." Ha ha ha! The revival of the female emperors? You can't even find the female emperor's mark, so the Phoenix clansmen you sent out want to find the female emperor's mark? What a pity, what a pity! Your clansmen have all been suppressed by us. Let alone finding them, even if we can't find the female emperor's mark, it will still be useless. Black Flame sneered. I advise you all to be more tactful. I only want the phoenix lair, give it to me, and I will let you all live. The old woman shouted, Don't even think about it. Black Flame shouted angrily, You're giving me face but not taking it, then all of you better die. As soon as his voice faded, a black ball of golden light rushed out, and the other phoenix's seven-colored power charged forward. All of a sudden, the sky was in chaos and the world was in turmoil. The scene was as though the gods were fighting. Long Fei stood on the ground. His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and he muttered, Damn, that was fierce. It was like a battle between gods and fire. At this time, the Yuanyang Big Beast said softly, Among all the planes, the Chaos Realm plane is still considered a low-level plane, so there's simply no way to compare with this Phoenix Realm. However, the Chaos Realm was the only place that led to the divinity in all the planes they existed. If they couldn't enter the ancient holy battlefield directly, then they could only enter the divinity through the Chaos Realm, and then use the divinity to enter the ancient holy battlefield. This Black Flame. If you want to obtain the Phoenix Nest, you should also want to enter the ancient holy battlefield. Chapter 1337 Gone. Chapter 1337 Gone. The Yuanyang Big Beast, that rarely said anything, actually spoke. Long Fei was a little shocked as he muttered, What exactly does the ancient holy battlefield possess? Is it really so enticing that even the powerhouse of countless planes want to enter? The Yuanyang Big Beast said, There is one of the world's most enticing things. Long Fei asked, What is that? The Yuanyang Big Beast did not hide anything and said, A divine spark. A divine spark? Long Fei's heart sank. After fusing, one can become a god and enjoy an endless lifespan? The said, That's right, the Blend FO Godhead has obtained a divine power, with one hand overturning the sky and living an immortal life. This is the ancient holy battlefield's temptation, and the divine spark is only one of the treasures, as well as many other things that you can't imagine. Ancient holy battlefield. A place that could defy the heavens and change fate. Hanba had told Long Fei before that he had to enter the ancient holy battlefield. That place could change the structure and rules of this world, and could even rule the entire Peak Owner Divine Palace. That was the ultimate battlefield of the powerhouse, as well as the site of his dreams. Just as the Yuanyang Big Beast had said, Black Flame wanted to get his hands on the Phoenix lair and further his cultivation so that he could enter the ancient holy battlefield. Only by becoming extremely powerful would he be able to gain a foothold in the ancient holy battlefield and gain the chance to obtain a divine spark. Long Fei was secretly shocked. Ancient holy battlefield, how many bosses, how many holy artifact, and how many good stuff do you have? Just thinking about it made him drool. What divine spark? What lifespan? Long Fei wanted to destroy everything, and he wanted to become a boss. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds came from all four directions, causing Long Fei to be unable to stand steadily. Looking at the Phoenix Mountain standing high up in the sky, he ridiculed, "How much longer until we reach the top?" Fire Unicorn. Long Fei moved his body, summoning his fire unicorn and said, "Fly up." His own strength was suppressed here, and he couldn't even release his power from the third floor. The fire unicorn was more or less the same, and said lightly, "Master, my cultivation has also been suppressed. I'm afraid I won't be able to fly far." At this moment, the sky-swallowing rat-ass in the war pet space opened their eyes slightly, as if looking down on the fire unicorn-ass. The fire unicorn's mind shook, it gritted its teeth and said, "Master, come up, I'll fly you up." Long Fei rode on top of the fire unicorn. The fire unicorn transformed into a ball of flame and charged into the sky. Obviously, its speed was much slower than before. A restriction of the power of law. This was also because the Chaos Realm and the Phoenix Realm were of the same level, otherwise, it would be impossible for Long Fei to enter. Being despised by the sky-swallowing rat, the fire unicorn used all its strength to fiercely charge forward, feeling unsatisfied in its heart. "I was suppressed by you in war pet space, and I was still despised by you in the outside world? I am a fire unicorn." Boom boom boom. The fire unicorn used all of its strength to fly upwards with its eyes closed. Ah! The fire unicorn erupted. However, Long Fei's face was shocked as he immediately said, "Stop, stop, quickly stop." The fire unicorn acted as if it did not hear him. He continued to rush upwards. Finally, boom! With a dull thud, the fire unicorn landed on the ground and said, "Master, we brought the roof." At this moment, Long Fei didn't dare to move his body. At this time, the entire world had quieted down and it was as if everything had stopped. Long Fei looked to his left, then to his right. The two huge bodies stared at Xiao Budian, Long Fei, on the ground. They felt strange in their eyes. Long Fei said in a low voice, go out, slowly go out." He was now at the center of the Immortals' fight, and the fire unicorn had perfectly attracted the attention of two large bosses. The fire unicorn opened his eyes and was stunned. Without waiting for Long Fei to control it, he went straight back to the war pet space and said, "Master, it's here." Bam! When the fire unicorn disappeared, Long Fei stood between the two great bosses and was a little embarrassed at this moment. My apologies, but you two can continue. I was just passing by to get some soy sauce." Long Fei slowly retreated a few steps, his right leg hanging in the air. If he continued to retreat, he would be at a cliff, and if he fell down, his body would definitely be smashed into smithereens. Moreover, as Long Fei retreated, the two bosses kept watch on him. Long Fei stopped at the edge of the cliff, not daring to move. This made him even more embarrassed, and he cursed in his heart, "Fire unicorn, you bastard, don't come out next time." The fire unicorn curled up into a ball and directly pretended to fall asleep. Being stared at by the two big bosses felt bad, so Long Fei could only reveal an awkward smile, unable to do anything. However, at this moment, Poochie! Ha ha! Ha ha! Black Flame laughed loudly. He looked at Phoenix Old Woman and said, "This is the reinforcement that you guys used your holy energy to call? Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter." Behind him, the entire Black Flame army also began to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha! Earlier, they were summoned by the heavenly sacrifice realm of the Phoenix clan and thus released their 5 saint force, summoning them over. For this, they had paid a heavy price. Black Flame had seized the opportunity to enter, heavily injuring the 3 great saint, and also causing a change in the situation, which had been in a stalemate for thousands of years. The situation had just begun. Phoenix Old Woman looked at Long Fei and his brows tightened. "Wait!" Black Flame immediately shouted, as he looked at Long Fei with a playful expression, and said with a cold smile, "I only know that your Phoenix clan is filled with women. How did you summon a man? Could it be that this was bred by your Phoenix race?" Phoenix Old Woman said, "Black Flame, shut up." She wasn't sure about that either. Logically speaking, it should have been the Phoenix race that had activated the Heavens sacrifice ceremony, so why did it suddenly turn into a man? It doesn't make sense. Hei Yen laughed in ridicule, not paying attention to Phoenix Old Woman in the slightest, and said, "Little bastard, since you are Phoenix Realm's reinforcements, show me your strength. Someone, come. Let's see what this little bastard's cultivation is like. Let's see what kind of power our powerful rescuer has that can save the Phoenix Realm." Black Flame sneered. Long Fei was very unhappy with his words. As soon as Black Flame's voice fell, in the Black Flame's army behind him, a warrior wearing red armor landed heavily. He pointed his long spear at Long Fei and laughed coldly, "You little bastard, come out and die." The space between Phoenix Old Woman's eyebrows deepened as he said, "Black Flame, this is our war. Old Granny, after fighting for so many years, even if you don't want to bother me, you should just let this little bastard perform for a bit to relieve his fatigue. Let me see how strong your Phoenix Realm's reinforcements are, ha ha." Black Flame laughed loudly. "Attack!" The red armor warrior shot out his sleigh and quickly rushed forward. Long Fei's brows knitted, and his right hand shook. "Golden Cudgel, come." Chapter 1338, Yang Jian, Greetings, Lord. Chapter 1338, Yang Jian, Greetings, Lord. The voice was deep, and even the flame was raging. "Humiliate your father? If it doesn't blow up your ass, then I'll let you down." With a shake of his right hand, the golden cudgel landed in his hand, and started buzzing loudly. Phoenix Old Woman's eyebrows twitched as he said, "Black Flame, this is not the place for you to play." Boom! His body moved, and Phoenix Old Woman's body directly grabbed towards the Red Devil Warrior. At this moment, Black Flame's figure moved and blocked the attack. "Rumble!" Black Flame sneered. "Old woman, what's the rush? Just let the reinforcements you've summoned help us. It's so good. Kill them all. Remember, don't kill him instantly. We have to give the Phoenix race some face. We have to use at least 2 moves, do you understand?" "Ha ha ha!" Blackheart laughed out loud. To him, Long Fei was just a piece of trash. To be able to be suppressed by the Phoenix Realm's ancient code power, it was obvious that this person's level of cultivation was lower than the Phoenix Realm's. No matter how strong a warrior from the lower realms was, they were not a match for him. He could easily crush them. He wanted to borrow Long Fei's power to attack the 5 sages of the Phoenix. Any one of these attacks could be fatal to the powerhouse. This was the best opportunity for Black Flame. Long Fei was not here to save Phoenix Realm, but to help him. "Today is the last day for your Phoenix Realm. Once I master the Phoenix Nirvanic rebirth art, I will be able to charge into the ancient holy battlefield. That will be my world, and that will be my true battlefield." Boom! The power was as ferocious as thunder as it heavily struck out. Phoenix Old Woman was blocked by the Black Flames. Even if she wanted to, Long Fei had no choice. Moreover, in her heart, she also looked down on Long Fei. How could a person from the lower realms save the Phoenix Realm? Impossible. The demon warrior sneered. "Little bastard, I'll give you 2 moves to meet the King of Hell. Move." The long spear covered the sky, the demonic chi around his body surged. This cultivation level could completely crush Long Fei, and could easily kill him. However, at this moment, Long Fei held onto the golden cudgel with both of his hands. "Monkey, are you satisfied? I'm not in a good mood anyway." A voice came out from the golden cudgel, hit his mother. Understood. Buzz. The two ends of the golden cudgel began to burn as the Samisen True Fire's power surged. The power within the Samisen True Fire's body surged even more, and the power of the Sun Wukong was activated by Long Fei as if he did not have any energy to be filled. A staff was thrown out. Rumble. Crack. The red-armored warrior's body was smashed into pieces, and in that instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing red-armored devil warrior for obtaining 100,000 experience, 9,000 holy source and 10 energy values. One hit kill. The entire audience was stunned. His eyes stared straight at Long Fei as he asked in a heavy voice, "Play as a pig and eat the tiger? Kid, who exactly are you?" One hit kill, very powerful. The Phoenix old woman was also startled. Towards the question that Black Flame posed, she too wanted to know. The other four sacred masters who had recovered their true strength on the other side also stared at Long Fei, wanting to know who he was. Long Fei grinned and sneered. "I'm your father." Black Flame angrily said, "You're courting death." Long Fei hooked his fingers. "I'm just looking to die, come bite me, ha ha ha." This time, the chaos was not caused by the Phoenix old woman, but by the Black Flames. Moreover, it was fury, chaos. He did not even pay attention to Long Fei, but he knew that he could instantly kill the demon warrior, which made him very unhappy. At the beginning, he had just mocked Long Fei, but now, he felt like Long Fei's attack was on his face. Unhappy. Extreme displeasure. Black Flame moved, his palm reached the sky and said, "Kid, you are not qualified to be so arrogant in front of me." He pressed down with his palm. It was as if a sky had suddenly pressed down on Xiang Longfei. Phoenix old woman's body moved, standing in front of Long Fei, his palm striking down, and he shouted, "Break!" Boom! The two forces collided heavily against each other. Space ruptured, sending out powerful shockwaves. "Since you want to protect him, then..." Black Flame laughed sinisterly. With a flip of his left palm, another gravitational blow was thrown down. Rumble! Phoenix old woman used a force to resist. He was instantly crushed. Black Flame laughed sinisterly. "Old woman, protect this outsider. Your junior sister S. Black Flame army, kill!" The Black Flame army moved, crazily pouncing towards the other four saints who were severely injured. Phoenix old woman's face tightened as he shouted loudly, "Black Flame, you dare! Ha ha ha! In this Phoenix realm, why would I not dare? Back then, your previous female emperor was almost ridden under my crotch. Why would I not dare to do that?" Black Flame laughed excitedly. Phoenix old woman was even angrier as he shouted, "Black Flame!" Black Flame laughed even more wildly. "If you were a bit younger, maybe I would have been able to beat you up, ha ha ha." Anger soared. However, the more angry the Phoenix old woman became, the more chaotic the situation would become and the more crushed by the Black Flames. She could not move, nor could the Black Flames. However, Black Flame had an army of Black Flame, and these demon warriors were all extremely powerful. Black Flame said with a smile, "Everything is about to end. Ha ha! Phoenix realm is mine. The Phoenix lair is mine too." Phoenix old woman was struggling to hold on. She had no way to stop the Black Infernal army. Seeing the Black Infernal army pouncing towards her, she shouted, "Junior sister, quickly run, quickly run!" Flee? The Phoenix realm was just that big, where could he escape to? There was nowhere to run. At this time, Long Fei, who had been standing behind Phoenix old woman, suddenly moved and said, Don't worry, there's still me. As soon as he finished, as he landed in front of the four saints, the golden cudgel in his hands moved, and said with a smirk, "Come! I just want to explode." A demon warrior with 100,000 experience and 10,000 energy values, this was an excellent opportunity, an opportunity for experience to soar wildly. Black flame swept his gaze over them and could not help but laugh out loud. Do you think that you are invincible just because you can kill a demon warrior of mine? Little bastard, this is my black flame army. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Long Fei said with a cold smile, the Black Flame Army, right? More than others, right? Sure. Then Lousy will compete with you. The idea moved, and the 100,000 holy source disappeared. Long Fei shouted, scatter seeds which become solidars. Boom! 100,000 holy source suddenly burst forth, like raindrops falling onto the ground. Following that, a drop of holy source turned into a magic weapon, and all of them stood up. At this moment, the sky exploded and the spirit general was summoned. Yang Jian pays his respect to his lord. Chapter 1339 Time is up. Chapter 1339 Time is up. 100,000 holy source, 100,000 magic weapon, plus a spirit general. This was the scatter seeds which become solidars. But the spirit knight was actually Erlang Shen. Yang Jian was more or less surprised. He never thought that it would be a super boss like Yang Jian. Looking at the magic weapon emerging from the ground, Black Flame was dumbfounded. Originally, the Black Flame army was very aggressive and savage, but in front of the 100,000 magic weapon, their numbers were not even enough. They were all dumbfounded. Immediately, Long Fei laughed excitedly and said, "More people? Who has more people now?" "Huh! Yang Jian, kill them all." "Yes, sir." The three-pointed and two-blade in his hand moved, suddenly slashing, and shouted, "Magic weapon, listen up, kill them all." "Kill!" Instantly, 100,000 magic weapon rushed up in unison. Their killing sounds shook the sky, and their mighty and domineering auras turned into a mess. He started killing crazily. This speed, just like cutting wheat. This was truly harvesting. The fighting strength of 100,000 magic weapon was far beyond Long Fei's imagination. This was a massacre, a true massacre, and also, the system beep in Long Fei's mind crackled and exploded with a rhythm that could not be stopped. It was shockingly fast. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Demon Warrior 4, obtaining 100,000 experience, 9,000 holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Demon Warrior 4, obtaining 100,000 experience, 9,000 holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei. That's the rhythm. Satisfying. He could not stop at all, especially Yang Jian. This guy was simply in a complete mess. He charged into the place where the Black Flame army was the most concentrated, and his 3 spears with 2 blades and 2 spears crazily swept across, crushing everything. F***CK. He's really too domineering. If I had chosen the Water God treasure earlier, would I have even needed to act? Long Fei was extremely excited. The battle strength of 100,000 magic weapon was simply incomparable. More importantly, this was only the first level of scatter seeds which become solidars technique. If it was level increase, the level of magic weapon summoned would be even higher, and the number of spirit generals would be more powerful. Level 1 is Yang Jian? Then what was a second or third rank? Didn't the Great Perfection stage want to summon the Jade Emperor? Lord Tathagata the Buddha, do you want to open one? Wow. Long Fei was a little excited in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt this good. A few minutes passed. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. Star level 1. In less than 3 minutes, he'll level up. I only ask one question, who else is there? Long Fei was extremely excited. Chaos realms were yellow, profound, violet, spirit, sun, moon, star and stellar. He came to Chaos Realm in less than a year, and his strength rose dramatically from the yellow realm all the way to the star realm. Who could imagine? Kill them all. All of you, flip through. Long Fei was wild with excitement. He stared at the black flames and said, "There are more people than people. Mocking me? You're not qualified enough, do you understand?" Swish! Long Fei's heart was filled with rage. His eyes were also fixated on the big boss black flame. The black light emitting from this guy's body was purple, it was obvious. This was a super big boss. That's why. Long Fei had never used his striking energy value before. He wanted to leave all his striking energy value for Hei Yen, to turn the sky upside down. His face suddenly changed as he stared at Phoenix Old Woman and asked, "Old Granny, just who did you summon back? A person? Your Phoenix clan are all liars." He was completely stupefied. Never in his dreams did Black Flame think that Long Fei could summon so many people, and each of them had strength that was not inferior to his Black Flame demon warrior. His black-hot army simply fled like a pack of rats. They simply didn't have the strength to retaliate. A huge army of 100,000 surrounding him, coupled with a valiant figure like Yang Jian, how could he be a match? In almost an instant, the Black Flame army was unable to resist. A complete collapse. The 4 Phoenix Saints were stunned. Who is he? The Phoenix race doesn't have any men. Could it have been arranged by the female emperor? This brat doesn't seem to be that weak, but yet, he was able to erupt with such a violent power. This is unbelievable. Perhaps he is the savior of our Phoenix clan. What do you mean maybe? He's clearly one. Looking at Long Fei's back figure, the 4 sacred grounds were so moved that they wanted to cry. After several thousand years, Phoenix Realm's calamity was finally going to end. This meant the female emperor was about to be resurrected. The end of the calamity meant a new beginning. This was also the reason why they had always stayed in Phoenix Mountain. The flames of fury burned crazily in Blackheart's heart. As he watched the Black Flame army collapse one by one, blood dripped from his heart. Was his thousands of years of hard work going to be ruined? My path cannot stop here. No! I can't accept this. Black Flame raged and roared. Black Flame army, kill! Kill that little bastard! As long as they killed Long Fei, all of these magic weapons would disappear. Black Flame suddenly pressed down with his palms, borrowing the energy to spring away. After that, he struck Xiang Longfei with his palms, bellowed deeply and said, "Kid, give me your life." Phoenix Old Woman's face turned sinister. She was in a passive state, and when she saw the black figure attack Xiang Longfei, she immediately cried out, "Be careful! It was too fast!" He exploded with full power. At this moment, Yang Jian's 3-pointed, 2-edged spear fell from the sky. Buzz! Instantly, it blocked the path of the black flames. He descended to the ground and picked up the spear that had been stabbed into the ground. With a violent wave of his hand, he pointed at the black flames floating in the air. "Give me your life! 2F** King Mighty." Long Fei laughed excitedly. "Yang Jian, kill him!" Yang Jian thrust out his spear, sealing Black Flame's entire body. A powerful force charged forward frenziedly. However, at this moment, a strange prompt suddenly appeared in the system. Ding! Scatter seeds which become soliders. Time is up. Buzz! Buzz! One by one, the magic weapon on the ground disappeared. Just like how Long Fei was attacked while training in the multiple shadows, they all disappeared. Yang Jian's spear stabbed down, but, at this moment, his body broke through the void and disappeared. The time for the scatter seeds which become soliders had come. 100,000 magic weapon disappeared. This skill had a certain time limit, so it was impossible to use it endlessly. This point was something that Long Fei had forgotten from his excitement. Now, Black Flame laughed sinisterly after retracting the aura that was crushing onto his body. He stared at Long Fei and said, "Little bastard, let's see what else you have." Long Fei sneered, "I have a lot of cards up my sleeves." Human Emperor Fushi. Chapter 1340 Level 5 Berserk, Super Ignition. Chapter 1340 Level 5 Berserk, Super Ignition. He had initially thought that he could use Yang Jian to dry out the black flame, but who would have thought that the scatter seeds which become solidars had a time limit? However, everything was over. The scatter seeds which become solidars was still on cooldown, and there was still a long time before it could be used. Moreover, in the last few minutes, there were still quite a few members of the Black Flame army remaining. Seeing the surrounding spirit treasures disappear, and then seeing Long Fei by himself, the old flames of 8 generations of ancestors started to burn. It fiercely rushed towards Xiang Longfei. Black Flame also became extremely proud. "Brat, let's see what other abilities you have. I want your dog life." "You do it." Long Fei remained calm. He did not panic at all. "I was just afraid that you would not come." Boom! The black flames were furious. His body transformed into a boundless black cloud, within which a stream of light flashed. It was as if magma was surging within the black cloud, incomparably brutal. Black flame burning heaven? Phoenix Old Woman's pupils tightened as he shouted in shock, "Dodge!" Her body turned into a huge rainbow phoenix and let out a cry as she charged into the black cloud. Rumble! Rumble! In less than 3 seconds, Phoenix Old Woman fell down from the black cloud. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Long Fei and said, "Quick, quick, let's go! No one can escape my black flame burning heaven. All of you must die." The black flames were extremely savage. Long Fei looked at the Phoenix Old Woman on the ground and said, "What's the point of you doing this? Is there a need for me to run away just because of this?" Long Fei raised his head to the sky and looked at the black cloud, then said, "You have made me very unhappy, and I am very unhappy. Then we must kill." Buzz! The idea moved, linking to the power of the level 900 human Emperor Fushi, and bellowed, "Activate." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining level 900 human Emperor Fushi's power possession. In that instant, the aura on Long Fei's body abruptly changed. He glanced at Phoenix Old Woman and said, "Look carefully, when dealing with this kind of brat, you have to ruthlessly abuse him." Bam! With a flick of his body, he was so fast that even Phoenix Old Woman could not see him clearly. He instantly entered the black cloud. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of punches and kicks rang out. Arrogant! Even more arrogant? S. arrogant voice sounded unceasingly. In just half a minute, the entire sky above Phoenix Mountain had originally been filled with black clouds, but now it had turned into a ball. Black Flame had no choice but to change back to his real face appearance. He was badly beaten up as he stared at Long Fei and asked, You, what kind of power do you have?" Long Fei grinned, "It's to kill your strength." Human Emperor Fushi, what kind of powerful boss was that? Moreover, he was still at level 900. His strength was simply outrageous. It was too easy to deal with a Black Flame. Black Flame was beaten up to the point where he had no power to resist. He could not even retaliate as he stared at Long Fei and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I did. I'm your father." With a fierce roar, Long Fei moved his body and struck at Black Flame once more. Seeing the amount of blood on the top of Black Flame's head becoming lesser and lesser, Long Fei was starting to get excited. Although the striking value he currently possessed was not at the 6th level of Berserk, the Berserk energy at the 5th level was sufficient. This super purple light boss must have dropped something. Otherwise, he would really be at a disadvantage. Black Flame struggled continuously, but in front of Long Fei, he was like an ant, unable to dodge at all. "Mercy, Master, mercy, I will immediately leave Phoenix Mountain and never come here again. Spare our lives. Go to the underworld and tell the King of Hell to spare your life." How could he let this dying boss go? Nervous, Long Fei's fists exploded with the power of level 900, heavily punching forward, and said, "Die!" Both fists struck out. Black Flame's chest was pierced through. His body was blasted away for tens of thousands of miles, and the blood on his head directly turned into 0. Kill. The system sounded out, causing Long Fei's heart to tighten. He immediately shouted, "Release level 5 Berserk." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Black Flame, for gaining 150,000 experience, 1,000,000 holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Black Flame Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Black Flame Berserker Blade. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Black Flame Purple Gold Boots. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Black Flame Armor. Congratulations! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Star Level 2. A series of loud explosions sounded. All of the purple level god equipment were good things, but if one of these items was dropped, it would be eaten by a sky-swallowing rat, leaving Long Fei no chance of survival at all. However, Long Fei was very nervous right now and was about to go berserk. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for using level 5 Berserk. Please proceed with your Domain Treasure Series, Water God Treasure Series, Heavenly Court Series, Cartoon Series, Game Series, Wyman Series, Mecha Series, Universe Unknown Series. Please choose. Long Fei swallowed his saliva and replied, Demacia Game Series. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the permanent Super Burn. What? Super Ignition? What is it? Long Fei was immediately displeased. He wanted to create a super powerful character, but who would have thought that he would only be able to create a summoner skill? Item: Super Ignition, Permanent Consumption, 100,000 Holy Source Grade. Super God Description: Super Ignition can deal 100,000 to 100,000 HP, unable to heal. Damn! Damage from 100,000 points to 10 million points? This is definitely F** King outrageous. Can you not be so abnormal and let others live so long? Ha ha! Long Fei instantly laughed out loud. Berserk is great. You don't need to do anything in the future. You like to act cool? Fine, I'll ignite it and hang it straight away. I don't even need to do anything. Besides the boss-level monsters, how many of them could withstand 10 million damage? However, even with 10 million damage points, Long Fei needed to train his Super Ignition skill to the highest level to be able to trigger it. At this moment, the 18 levels of hell in Long Fei's body suddenly began to revolve. Buzz buzz buzz! A powerful light burst out from the 18 hells. The strong light covered the distant black flames and turned into a powerful suction force. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ghost Warrior, Black Flame. Boom! Black Flame took a deep breath and woke up. He looked at these scissors and suddenly shouted, Hades, release this daddy out. Ghost Warrior? Interesting. Long Fei moved and said, Little Black, how have you been? It's you. Black Flame's eyes became angry, and he roared even more, Brat, if you have the guts, let me out. At this moment, the Yuanyang big beast rolled its eyes and disdainfully said, Don't be cocky anymore, he will do the same to you. Just be honest and listen to him. What the F***ck are you going to do about it? Black Flame was stunned. He looked at the gigantic beast above him and was shocked. a war beast from the Yuan Great World? Why are you here too? Chapter 1341 Phoenix returned to nest. Chapter 1341 Phoenix returned to nest. The Yuan Yang big beast ignored him. They didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Back then, he had been seized tightly in the 18 hells, and he had been enraged as well. He finally understood. Resist Long Fei? It was better to wash up and sleep. Moreover, last time he clearly killed Long Fei, but Long Fei actually revived. Furthermore, he was the only one in this world who could transcend the 18th level of hell. If he was happy, he could let you go for a walk. Fortunately, Long Fei was a good person. The Yuan Yang big beast also accepted it. Say something. Yuan Chao beast, you are the Yuan Chao realm's beast. You are wild and untamed, no one can tame you. Why are you still locked up here? Black Flame spoke non-stop. The Yuan Yang big beast said in disdain, Aren't you the king of the Black Hot realm? How did you get locked up here? Black Flame. He was immediately speechless. Black Flame grinned and said, Brat, let me out. The moment Long Fei moved his idea, the idea became a giant, incomparably huge. The 18 levels of hell in his eyes were like ants, let alone the black flames that were imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell. Long Fei said, Just now you are dead, I was the one who resurrected you, you will be obedient in the future, you will live a very comfortable life, if you do not, I can kill you within minutes. Understood. He directly suppressed it. Thinking back to the scene just now, he was indeed dead at that time. But now, he could feel that his own flesh and blood was not dead, which meant that he was still alive. Yuan Yang big beast slightly said, You have to listen to me here. Long Fei said, Yuan Chao beast, if he doesn't listen, you can teach him. I don't have time to bother with him right now. What was Long Fei's purpose in coming here? Resurrection of Jojo. With the death of Black Flame, the danger to Phoenix realm was resolved. Phoenix old woman crawled up from the ground, walked to Long Fei's side, knelt down on one knee, and said with incomparable respect, Thank you, sir, for saving me. The other 4 sages of the Phoenix also slowly stood up. At this moment, the haze over Phoenix Mountain dissipated and the sunlight shone down. It was peaceful and warm. The 5 saints of the Phoenix felt it for a while. It's an aura that hasn't appeared in a long time. Long Fei said, Grandma, please get up. I came here to find out if she can be revived. Long Fei took out Heart of Phoenix S from his bosom. These were refined out of Jojo's body when he was still in Nirvana realm. Looking at the Heart of Phoenix in Long Fei's hands, the 5 saints kneeled down on the ground abruptly. Their eyes flashed and they became even more respectful. Female Emperor's imprint, this is the Female Emperor's imprint. The calamity in the Phoenix realm receded, and the female emperor was resurrected. This rumor is true. Long Fei's heart shook and he thought to himself, Jojo is really a female emperor, wow, so powerful. Long Fei said, Then do you know how to revive her? Phoenix old woman said, Return to your nest. Finished. She took the Heart of Phoenix and walked to the front of a gigantic phoenix nest. She turned around and said to Long Fei, Master, reviving the female emperor requires a period of time, could be a year, or could be 2 years, 3 years, or 10 years. This depends on the level of her cultivation. It did not mean that she would be able to revive the Heart of Phoenix if it was placed in the phoenix nest. Naturally, the rebirth of a female emperor required a lot of power. Long Fei smiled in his heart and said, As long as I can revive, even if it's for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, I can still wait. Phoenix old woman looked at Long Fei with even more respect than before, then slowly placed the Heart of Phoenix into the phoenix nest. Buzz! At this moment, a streak of rainbow-colored divine light was birthed and began to flicker with ring after ring. At this moment, the 5 sages of the phoenix immediately transformed into a giant phoenix that danced around the phoenix nest. With the 5 Saint force fused into everything, the 5 of them shouted at the same time, 10,000 phoenixes, return to your nest. Phoenix Mountain, open. A strong power surged out. When the Phoenix Mountain's boundaries door opened, phoenix after phoenix flew in from another plane, all flying around the phoenix nest. One by one. The scene was simply too shocking. Long Fei's soul seemed to have been cleansed. Jojo, quickly come back to life. More and more phoenixes were dancing in groups above the Phoenix Mountain. This was the first time they had been here for thousands of years. Phoenix Old Woman descended and said, Master, what is your name? Long Fei replied, Long Fei. Phoenix Old Woman said, I will definitely tell the female emperor everything after she was reborn. Long Fei said, Thank you. Long Fei said, Grandma, if she wakes up that day, tell her, I'll be waiting for her at ancient holy battlefield. Finished. Long Fei walked down the mountain. He didn't know how long it would take Jojo to revive. He still had something important to do, and he didn't know how things were going with the Beast City after leaving for such a long time. The gang is going to be upgraded. He had to become stronger. 9 Secret Warrior Family, Hell Gate, Bounty Gate, 1000 Alliance Sect, these were all powerful forces to deal with. It was the main temple, the ancient holy battlefield. He couldn't let any of these go. Long Fei had to leave. Phoenix Old Woman took out a Phoenix Realms Phoenix Spirit Tablet from his chest pocket and said, Sir, this is our Phoenix Realms Phoenix Spirit Tablet. No matter where you are or what difficulties you encounter, as long as you need to crush it, our Phoenix clan will immediately rush over. Long Fei accepted the order badge and said, Thank you. This wind spirit token was about the same as the token Queen of Blood Moon gave him. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it was a matter of friendship and Long Fei could not shirk it. Phoenix Old Woman said, In addition, the Phoenix race left behind in the plane you are on will listen to your orders. From today onwards, you are their new master. They will not disobey you in anything. Long Fei's heart trembled and thought to himself, No wonder I didn't see the big sister in red and that short-hair woman. Long Fei's thoughts became impure. She was a great beauty with dozens of liveliness, and all the women of the Phoenix clan were beautiful beyond compare. If possible, Gudong. Long Fei swallowed his saliva and asked, Anything? Phoenix Old Woman said, Anything. This feels great. Long Fei was secretly happy in his heart. If I take them all down, wouldn't my partner's experience skyrocket to 2 times? Ha ha ha. Long Fei was thinking of something that a child should not be able to do. Beast City. Leader, the city is about to fall. Let's kill our way out. On top of the city wall, Leighton's brows were knitted tightly. Seeing the thousands of elite Xian Yuan sword sect S rushing towards him, his fists couldn't help but tighten around the flame war hammer. Last time, they had been able to stop 1,000 elites, but this time, even more came. Moreover, the disciples of the Xian Yuan sword sect outside the Beast City were only at the first formation, so there were still many Xian Yuan sword sect S on the mountain slope not far away. This time, Beast City, a battle of life and death. Chapter 1342, Bem in Danger. Chapter 1342, Bem in Danger. Boom. 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 Outside the city, one puppet after another fell. Gui Rou was still in the midst of creating puppets to rush to the battlefield, but it was just that. The materials in Beast City were too scarce. Refining puppet materials were very important. Right now, she could only create low-grade stone puppets, so these puppets weren't very useful. With a wave of the hammer in his hand, he said, Orse tribe, listen up. All of you descend the city walls and prepare for battle. Roar! The Orca clansmen let out a wild roar and rushed down together. Everyone mounted their own war beasts and guarded the city gate. At this time, Huolin took over the wall and said lightly, Everyone listen up, we are the third line of defense. we must not let any disciple from the Xian Yuan sword sect enter the city. Yes, sir. Sovereign, why must you be so troublesome? We can just fly into the city and kill them all. That will save us a lot of trouble. An elder asked in confusion. What was the difference between a city siege and an ordinary one? They are cultivators. How could a cultivator's war be so troublesome? Chen Xuanzong smiled slightly and said, Do you know what's the most painful thing in the world? The elder was stunned. Chen Xuanzong sneered coldly. The torment before death is the most painful thing in the world. I want to let those who resist me taste this feeling. I'm going to break the defenses in their hearts. Let any power within a radius of millions of kilometers know the consequences of rebelling against my Xian Yuan sword sect. Chen Xuanzong's mouth was gloomy. He was not only going to kill the entire beast race, he still wanted to make an example of this. Falling several times in a row made Chen Xuanzong very unhappy. This time, he was going to slowly play with the beast city until he died. All the elders were stunned for a moment before they started laughing. The sect master is brilliant. Ha ha! I knew it. This is too much of a torment. A disciple hurriedly ran up and said, reporting to sect master, the puppet army has been dealt with. Please give us your next instructions. Chen Xuanzong said indifferently, Move it slowly. Yes, sir. Not long after, the thousands of Xian Yuan sword sect disciples slowly retreated step by step. The panic and fear that Chen Xuanzong hoped to see did not appear within the beast city. Instead, everyone was very calm and collected, and there were even soldiers everywhere. Rumble! The city gates opened wide, and Lei Dun shouted, Orca, kill him, charge! Roar! 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 The mounts roared, and the beastmen warrior-s fiercely rushed out, just like how a bulldozer would lift up to attack quickly, with many beastmen warrior-s holding onto flame war hammer. Chen Xuanzong took a step forward, his gaze slightly staring at the flame war hammer in Leighton's hands. His heart shivered and he thought to himself, it really is the holy artifact. The war hammers in their hands all have the power of the fire element. They are holy artifact-s. Since when did the beast race have so many holy artifact? Did you find some ancient ruins? Even if it's an ancient ruin, it can't all be the same weapon. Chen Xuanzong grinned excitedly and laughed, hee. Leighton, is this the power you have to rebel against me? All of your holy artifact are mine. And then, Chen Xuanzong shouted, Elder Ma, elderly, pull out your two super monster-s and grind these fellows up. Who wouldn't have their eyes shining with golden light when they saw the holy artifact? The two elders Ma and Li immediately became excited. As you command. And then, Chen Xuanzong shouted a few more times. A few more elders rushed out from beside him. Chen Xuanzong narrowed his eyes, holy artifact. A high-rank holy artifact is even stronger than ancient spiritual artifact. If I can provide the Hellgate with more holy artifact, then my identity in Hellgate. Ha ha! Kill them all! Kill them all! Roar! Roar! The two demon beasts that were tamed by the Xian Yuan sword sect rushed up from the left and right side. Leader, it's a level 8 peak demon beast. Leader, we will be wiped out by their charge. Leader. Lei Dong turned around to look at Huolin, who was standing on the city wall, and he nodded slightly. And then, with a heavy wave of the flame war hammer in his hand, he pointed to the nearby square formation and said, Don't bother about the demon beast, just charge forward. How fast was he? Before he could even rush over, he would have been defeated by the demon beast that came from the bag. However, Leighton's speed didn't decrease at all, instead charging forward even more ferociously. Just as the two demon beasts were about to pounce on him, Huolin, who was on top of the city wall, suddenly shouted, Bemin! Roar! Suddenly, the Bemin stood up from the city and roared towards the sky. The sound was as clear as the waves, causing the ground to shake. Rumble. Its enormous body flew into the air. Rumble. A huge black shadow fell down heavily, instantly landing in front of a level 8 demon beast. Blood gushed out and he fell to the ground, twitching. Instant kill. Roar. The Bemin charged forward again and sat down on the ground. It then turned the level 8 demon beast into a meat patty and killed it in a second. Bemin could instantly raise the god's martial sex level of strength. One could imagine how intrepid he was. Chen Xuanzong's expression changed, his brows secretly tensed up. So you also subdued this gigantic beast? However, Chen Xuanzong's gaze turned sinister. A mere beast, how big of a splash could it cause? Earthling's right envoy. A person walked out from behind Chen Xuanzong and lightly said, "Understood." Roar, roar, roar. The Bemin large monster roared, and then its huge body charged again, directly shattering the square formation formed by the thousands of disciples. Then he let out a thunderous roar and madly rushed towards the mountain slope, killing the king first. As long as he killed the Xian Yuan sword sect master, everything would be easily resolved. Crap! Huolin's face changed. The Xian Yuan sword sect was thousands of years old, but it did not fall because of her, and she did it because of her own reasons. Other than the sect master, the Xian Yuan sword sect S were also the emperor list, the powerhouse S on top of the Son of God ranking. Although Bemin S were strong, they were too rash. Great Master! Huolin shouted out anxiously. Kunlun Zi's figure moved, transforming into a stream of light as he rushed out. Earth bind. Get tired. Rumble. On the hillside, the soil was like a pillar that was being lifted up crazily. As the Bemin stomped down, it was as if it had sunk into a swamp. Its body was quickly covered in mud. The impact instantly dissipated. In less than half a minute, the Bemin had become a statue made of mud. Heh. Burial of the earth, die. A powerful force moved, and the power contained within the soil started to burst out crazily. Bemin S were incomparably dangerous. Chapter 1343 8 King Kong's Power Restoration. Chapter 1343 8 King Kong's Power Restoration. If a sect couldn't be erected, it was due to the support of the Powerhouse S. In this kind of world where the Chaos Realm ate people without spitting out their bones, if a sect didn't have the support of the Powerhouse, then it wouldn't be far from death. The Xian Yuan sword sect was not that weak. Not only was it not weak, it was also very powerful. It was also because of this that it was able to stand for less than several thousand years. Powerful energy poured into the soil on the Bemin's body, causing it to explode in succession like a bomb. Blood was flying everywhere, the Bemin roared. But his body could not move. Ha ha! Bastard, go to hell! The envoy from the Xian Yuan right now sneered coldly. Suddenly, a surge of power came crashing down. Boom! The sound of air exploding could be heard, causing the profound Qi right envoy's face to darken. He looked at the power that suddenly came crushing down from the sky. Son of God ranking's powerhouse? At this moment, he could only give up tormenting the Bemin. With a move of his body, he dived into the ground. Rumble! He struck the ground with his palm. The ground cracked and Kunlun Zi landed heavily on the ground. Not far away, the envoy from the right appeared on the ground. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he stared at Kunlun Zi and asked, "Who are you?" The Bemin quickly recovered with just one leg being severely injured, but he was still furious. He took out a large hammer from somewhere and smashed it towards the envoy's head. "It's your ancestor." Rumble! The black essence right envoy's body once again drilled into the ground. The Bemin's left foot shook, then heavily stomped on the ground and shouted, "Come out if you dare!" The ground shook, then quickly split open. Kunlun Zi shouted and said, "Bemin, go help Lei Dun and the others, leave this to me." The Bemin was not willing, but he still followed through. The power of the Bemin was purely a physical attack, and with the profound chi used to carve the strength of the dead Bemin, the Bemin could not handle him at all. Kunlun Zi moved a little and sensed that the energy was extremely strong and sensitive. Suddenly, Kunlun Zi's pupils shrank. Let's see where you can run to. Shwa! He grabbed it with one hand. He lifted up the profound arm right envoy from the ground and raised him into the air before smashing him onto the ground like a dead dog. Bam! Pft! Xian Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body quickly retreated. Once again, he drilled into the ground and finally disappeared. Trash! Chen Xuanzong did not wait for the profound arc right envoy to come out from the ground and slap him. You can't even deal with a powerhouse on a Son of God ranking. The envoy lowered his head, not daring to resist at all, and said lightly, "His cultivation is a little different, his sensitivity is very strong, I have nowhere to hide." Trash is trash, don't find excuses for yourself. Chen Xuanzong scolded. He looked to another place and said, "Have you found anything? What is his ranking in the Son of God ranking as?" That elder flipped through all the information on the Son of God ranking, and said, "Sect Master, we didn't find anyone with the same strength as him. Could be a newly advanced expert of the Son of God ranking." Impossible. During this period of time, only Hellgate's young master Zhan Wushuang has entered the Son of God ranking from there. There's no one else. Chen Xuanzong immediately denied it. The heavens, the earth, and the human emperor leaderboard were being watched by people every single day. Knew? They would be discovered at the very first moment. Could it be the powerhouse on the emperor list? An elder said carefully. The elder began to flip through the book with a savage expression. Impossible, this doesn't make sense. He should be dead? Chen Xuanzong bellowed and said, "Speak clearly." The elder immediately said, "Sect Master, according to the records of the Emperor list, this person should be Kunlun Sect's Grand Elder Kunlun Zi. Rumor has it that he had consumed a life essence before. His strength has greatly increased, however." Chen Xuanzong's eyes turned sinister. Impossible. Not to mention the Kunlun sect, even the entire Kunlun Mountains has been razed to the ground. Not to mention Kunlun Zi, even the peak powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor list would have to die. It's impossible for him to still be alive. The whole of Chaos Realm knew that Kunlun Mountains was razed to the ground, and no one could survive under those circumstances. The fate judgment of the Destiny God was just too strong. No one could stop him. However, as Chen Xuanzong looked at Kunlun Zi's information, his heart became more and more shocked, and he muttered to himself, "It completely matches up with the information he obtained. Could it be? Could it be? They're not dead. This is too unbelievable. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Chen Xuanzong laughed out loud. "Seems like even the heavens are helping me get promoted. As long as I take Kunlun Zi down and give him to the Hellgate, it would be much more valuable than giving up ancient spiritual treasures. Ha ha, I'm going to post." Immediately, Chen Xuanzong's gaze tightened as he stared at the beast city in the distance and muttered, "With Kunlun Zi here, is 8 King Kong here? A Xian crystal reward of over 400 million. In addition, head of the 8 King Kong, is Long Fei here? If they're all here. Gudong." Chen Xuanzong swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, "Everyone listen up." "Ha!" All of the elders shouted in unison, and the disciples behind them also shouted in unison. Chen Xuanzong laughed excitedly. "Sword kinesis flight entering Beast City. Long Fei, your head is mine. Ha ha ha." At this moment, flying swords filled the sky. One by one, the disciples of the Xian Yuan sword sect flew in the air, all of them rushing towards the Beast City. Kunlun Zi's gaze tightened. Crap. Lei Dong's face also turned sinister as he said, "This is bad. Back to defense. Immediately retreat and defend." They never thought that Xian Yuan sword sect would suddenly change his attack. Thousands of elites rushed towards him like arrows falling from the sky. Huolin frowned, his fists clenched tightly as he said solemnly, "Disciples of the Kunlun sect, listen up. Here. Prepare to fight." Huolin was not afraid, and his blood was boiling. Any sect would need the support of their powerhouses, however. There was one more thing. All the sects were established by stepping on corpses. The Kunlun sect was massacred. If they wanted to rise in power, they had to step on corpses. Kill. In midair, the few clan elders immediately recognized the sect Huolin and the others were from and became excited. It really is the Kunlun sect. Ha ha! I didn't expect to be able to flee to the wasteland that is tens of millions of kilometers away. It's really amazing. This is the best gift the heavens have for us, ha ha ha. Kill them all. One after another, flying swords descended from the sky. Huolin took the lead and rushed out. Kill? In another place, in a remote corner of Beast City. 8 small houses. Suddenly, a door was pushed open. He cupped his fists together, hee. His neck swayed, hee. Lifting his eyes, Liuanba's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, "Sh*T, I've finally broken through the bindings of the soul-losting powder." Next, door after door was pushed open. Chapter 1344, Kill Me, Come On. Chapter 1344, Kill Me, Come On. Countless disciples of Xian Yuan's sword sect had fallen. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chen Xuanzong gave the order. He then took the lead and rushed towards Huolin, without waiting for the holy artifact in Huolin's hands to slash down. His figure flashed, and instantly grabbed Huolin by the throat, asking in a gloomy voice, "Speak, where is Long Fei?" Huolin's heart trembled. Chen Xuanzong's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he said, "You can even escape under fate judgment, and a single escape would take tens of millions of kilometers. I must say, I really admire your Kunlun sect. To be able to escape from the destiny god, you can be considered the first. However," Chen Xuanzong said, "today, either you tell me where Long Fei is or you die." Huolin continued to struggle, but his strength was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to Chen Xuanzong's. There was simply no way to compare at all. Huolin spat on Chen Xuanzong's face and said, "Come, kill this daddy." The corners of Chen Xuanzong's eyes began to twitch, and he said, "You're courting death." With a flip of his left hand, his 5 fingers formed a claw, suddenly pressing it down on Huolin's head. He bellowed, "You dare not take face, then go to hell." Huolin gave up resisting. In front of Chen Xuanzong's power, he did not have any chance to resist. However, at this moment, Huolin's body possessed an incomparably strong defensive power, and this defensive power directly enveloped his entire body. This kind of feeling, he didn't know how to describe it, but he felt that he was invincible. Boom! When the palm struck down, not only did it not harm Huolin, the defensive power in Huolin's body instead trembled, and fiercely counterattacked, sending him flying backwards. At this moment, whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! One voice after another sounded out. It landed on the surrounding roof. 8 figures descended. 8 King Kong. Just now, the defensive power on Huolin's body was the power of the Fat Man Chen's holy armor King Kong. Chen Xuanzong swept his gaze across them, and laughed sinisterly. 8 King Kong, ha ha! Who would have thought that you were still alive? Even Bounty Gate doesn't know about it. I'm going to post it today. The 8 King Kong has over 400 million Xian crystal, and your boss Long Fei is worth 100 million. Chen Xuanzong took a look and asked, "Where's your boss?" They weren't dead, and Long Fei was sure they weren't dead either. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shock the entire Chaos Realm. Chen Xuanzong did not want to spread the news, but wanted to kill all of them. That way, all the rewards would belong to him alone. Liuanba laughed foolishly and said, There's no need for boss to attack a piece of trash like you. We alone are enough. Aoya said, Huolin, bring the disciples of the Kunlun sect and everyone from the Beast City and withdraw. Huolin did not linger, as he did not have any leeway to unleash this battle, and immediately said, All right. Disciples of the Kunlun sect, listen up. Protect the citizens of the Beast City, and retreat from the Beast City immediately. On Chen Xuanzong's side, an elder asked, Sect leader, we. Chen Xuanzong stared at Li Yuanba. Those trash have no bounty, only these 8 people have bounty, open fire and kill these 8 people. Yes, sir. Kill us. The corners of the sky spirit's mouth turned cold as he revealed a cold smile of death. Then, he turned around and moved. Buzz! His body turned into a sky full of shadows. Shwa! The black shadow exploded and instantly shot out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another penetrated the bodies of the Xian Yuan sword sect disciples. The bodies of the disciples slowly petrified, and then completely ruptured. The heavenly spirit didn't even look at it, and landed in front of Chen Xuanzong, asking sinisterly, Kill us? You think you're worthy? Rumble! In that instant, the bodies of the disciples from the Xian Yuan sword sect S, who were hundreds of meters away, crumbled, turning into dust and falling onto the ground. He had an imposing manner. Breaking through the shackles, his strength grew even stronger. Staring at the childish sky spirit, Chen Xuanzong tensed up and became furious. Left and right envoys. Boom! Boom! 2 figures rushed out from behind him. The mud on the ground swirled crazily while the other disappeared into thin air. The sky spirit's body was entangled by the mud, but he did not move at all. The power in the sky was like a tiger staring covetously at its prey. Chen Xuanzong looked at the sky spirit that was bound by the power of earth, and the power in the air that could cut off his head at any time, and could not help but sneer. 8 King Kong, Yuling Guardian Warrior, are you that trashy? Not a human, not a ghost, not a demon, not a demon. From what I see, you're just a piece of trash. Many people knew about the 8 King Kong after the battle at Carefree Auction House. Humph. The corner of the sky spirit's mouth curled up as he smiled coldly. Chen Xuanzong disdainfully said, Laugh? Die. As soon as he finished, laughed complacently at this moment as he locked onto the sky spirit's head. Yuling Guardian Warrior? Ha ha. Go to the royal ghost. Earth explosion. Kill. 2 angry roars. The 2 forces attacked the sky spirit. However, the sky spirit didn't even move from its original position. The soil instantly cracked and was knocked back by the strong defensive force. The power in the sky did not appear either. Because, the moment he attacked, over 100 sword spirits floated around his body. He was trembling with fear. The heavenly spirit sneered, Come on, come kill me. A few surrounding elders suddenly rushed over. Little brat, how dare you make a ruckus? An elder slashed down with his saber. It landed directly on the head of the sky spirit. Bada! A piece of debris fell from the top of his head. That elder was stunned for a moment before cursing out in anger, Pretentious! I want to see if you will die or not. He fiercely hacked a few more times. However, fragments of the celestial spirit body kept falling down, just like a statue. The other elders looked at that elder in a daze. Because there was a person standing on the back of that elder. It was the little kid they were talking about. He looked at the elder below him with a truly sinister look, and let out a sneer that was like death. The elder was completely oblivious. It was still chopping down. You on your back. An elder pointed at the sky spirit with trembling fingers. The elder was stunned. What's wrong with my back? Die. The cold voice rang out from the top of the ship. Crack. Countless slashes appeared on the elder's head. Just like the blade technique, blood gushed out from the elder's mouth in an instant, and his entire body collapsed into a pool of blood. The surrounding elders turned pale. Ghost, 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 ah! The figure of the sky spirit moved, revealing the real face. He stared at Chen Xuanzong sinisterly. Kill us? Come on. Chen Xuanzong's mind was also trembling. The idea moved, the death token in its hand suddenly shattered, and said solemnly, "All of you must die, all of you must die." Chapter 1345 He's mine, let me do it. Chapter 1345 He's mine, let me do it. The Hell's death token shattered. A transmission landed on the Hell Gate. Xian Yuan's sword sect is begging for help? Huh! One of the elders was slightly startled, then asked with some doubt. We just came back a few days ago in that place, among the great wilderness land, no one was a match for them. Why is there something that came to our rescue so quickly? Could it be that we've encountered the attacks of the demon beast? This bunch of trash. I really don't know what's good about them. They feel like I'm his father. The elder said angrily. However, he still had to follow the rules of the Hellgate. Since he had the Hell's death token, he had to rush over if there was something he wanted to request for. Although the elder was impatient, he couldn't look down on the rules. And then, the elder said lightly, Li Feng, go report this to the Vice Sect Master. Hell's Death Rank 1 token. According to the rules, the 3 elders should have helped us earlier. I don't think there's a need for that. The elder muttered. He called the few elite disciples of the Hell Gate and flew out. His speed was extremely fast. In another place, Lord, the 5 old men asked us to stay here only to await your order. We are willing to do anything for you. The red-clothed elder sister had an incomparably respectful expression. She had sensed the power of the phoenix returning to its nest. Long Fei was the savior of the Phoenix clan, the great savior. He had helped the Phoenix Mountain to solve this calamity and even saved the Empress. To the Phoenix clan who were grateful, the reason in their hearts was because they wanted to do something, to do anything, for Long Fei. Dozens of women with cool and refreshing clothing stood before him. This lineup, if he really couldn't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights, Long Fei's mind would be filled with images that were inappropriate for children. However, just as he was thinking about this, the experience of the gods' martial sect gang sword. What did this mean? Beast Race Warrior. Karakoram's Sword League disciples were fighting crazily. Beast City is in trouble. Long Fei quickly came to a conclusion, after which the childish image disappeared in an instant. He turned to the red-clothed female and said, Since you guys are staying in the Chaos Realm, then you guys can become my god's martial sex female teams. Is there a problem? The lady in red immediately said, No problem. After she had agreed, every single one of them carried the symbol of a god's martial sect on their names and directly became god's martial sect's disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the god's martial sect that player Long Fei is currently at. My help is currently at level 6. Huh! I leveled up again. What a fast tempo! Other than knowing that the short-hair woman's cultivation level was not bad, Long Fei did not know what other power these women had, but he did not have the time to ask them any further, and instead said, I have urgent matters to attend to, can you guys keep up? The woman in red looked up at the sky and said, No problem. That's right. Long Fei asked, Speak. The lady in red looked at the gigantic myriad spirit bead that was not far away and said, Do you want to take it away? This myriad spirit pearl can absorb millions upon millions of kilometers of spiritual energy. The spirit energy in Great Wilderness Land was completely absorbed by this pearl? The woman in red replied, We are different from the cultivation methods in this world. We can only absorb spiritual energy from the myriad spirit bead for cultivation purposes, so, it was a huge pearl. The red devil and the boundary were blasted apart. Streams of spirit energy could clearly be seen entering the pearl. This bead was simply a heaven-defying item. As long as it was in the Beast City, all of the spirit energy would enter the Beast City, and wouldn't their cultivation be as fast as flying? Long Fei immediately said, "Bring it with you." The woman in red immediately said, "As you command." 1. Take a portion with you to go with the Lord, we'll be there shortly. Yes, sir. Long Fei summoned his fire unicorn and said, "We're following you." Roar! The fire unicorn moved, directly transforming into a ball of light and charged into the sky. Long Fei intentionally made the fire unicorn slow down, but completely unnecessary. The Phoenix clansmen released all their power as one phoenix silhouette after another superimposed onto their bodies, flapping their wings to fly up quickly. Follow closely. Long Fei shouted again as the fire unicorn increased its speed. What is the power of your branch? Long Fei looked at the short-hair woman behind him. He wanted to know the power of these people, what made his guild instantly level up. Awen said, "We belong to the Phoenix clan's seal." Huh! Suddenly, Long Fei thought about the seal in his body. If not for the blood of the unseal, then the power in his body would still be suppressed by the seal. The power of the seal was too strong. No wonder. Heh heh. Now we have something to play with. Long Fei was secretly ecstatic. With the seal race here, it would be much easier to deal with the powerhouse's boss. Hurry up. Beast City. Chen Xuanzong said with a face full of pride. 8 King Kong? Later on, you all will become 8 dead spirit. Do you know what that token is? Hell's Death Order. The order badge shattered, and immediately there are Hell Gates rushing over. All of you just wait for your deaths, ha ha. Chen Xuanzong laughed wildly. The Hell Gate was his strongest trump card. Bam! Li Yuanba landed and said, "Are you saying that Hell Gate's people are really on their way here?" "That's right." Scared. Chen Xuanzong laughed. The current Hell Gate was simply too huge, coupled with the 9 secret warrior family and Xianyuan clan behind him. It could be said that no power in the entire Chaos realm was his opponent. Li Yuanba said, "I'm so scared, I'm really so scared, I'm just afraid that he won't come. However, since the people from the Hell Gate are on their way here, then there's no need for you to be alive." Li Yuanba looked at the Holy Spirit. The corners of her lips curled up. Not bad. If that's the case. Boom! The sky darkened and a loud explosion resounded. A huge stream of black flame bladiki ignited in the air, chopping down onto the ground. At the same time, Aoya's brows moved. The sword spirit exerted its strength. Boom boom. Left and right envoys of the profound origin stage were instantly killed. Instant kill. Li Yuanba raised his sleeves and stared at Chen Xuanzong. "Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished, bam! Li Yuanba took a step forward, causing the ground to shake. With a flip of his right hand, the giant spirit axe landed in his hand. He leapt into the air and used his axe to chop down heavily. Chen Xuanzong's eyes turned sinister as the corners of his eyes twitched. "King Kong Li Yuanba, holy King Kong. Humph! You think I'm afraid of you?" The sect master of the Xian Yuan sect possessed extraordinary strength. Chen Xuanzong rushed forward. Boom! His body flashed and disappeared. Rumble! Li Yuanba's axe struck empty air, his eyebrows moved, and he turned to look at Aoya. "You escaped?" Oya nodded. He escaped. At this moment, on a distant city wall, Chen Xuanzong stood at a high place as he stared at Li Yuanba's eerie and strange smile. Chapter 1346, Level 5. Chapter 1346, Level 5. He couldn't keep up at all? In an instant, Chen Xuanzong was out of the battle circle. In other words, Oya's sensing ability could only keep up with the speed of the other 8 people. The giant spirit axe in Li Yuanba's hand shook and said, "You like to escape? I'm just looking at you." Not waiting for him to finish, Chen Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Big guy, be careful!" Buzz! With the sound, Chen Tianfei's reaction speed could not keep up. Everything happened too fast. The area where Li Yuanba was fighting was filled with a ball of black fiendish qi, which instantly wrapped around his legs, like a pair of demon hands, tightly grabbing onto his legs. At this moment, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, flee, Chen Xuanzong slightly said. I never thought of running away, your heads are so valuable, if Bounty Gate knew that you all aren't dead yet, your bounty would increase by many times. A few 100 million Xian crystal, that is enough for my cultivation to step into the realm of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Zhang Xian frowned. A group of idea controlled that ball of black fiend energy and laughed coldly. King Kong, die for me! Boom! The black demonic energy suddenly erupted, as it frantically devoured the energy in Li Yuanba's body. Also at this moment, Chen Xuanzong's figure disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dragon descending dragon and Arhat flew out. However, Li Yuanba said, Don't move, he's mine. The space between his eyebrows tightened and his breathing slowly slowed down. Lightly, his diamond-like eyes also slowly closed, not caring about the devouring black aura below his feet, but to fully sense Chen Xuanzong's movement trajectory. Suddenly, Li Yuanba's eyes opened wide in anger. At this moment, the corpse on top of the giant spirit coffin suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz! With an explosion, Li Yuanba bellowed out, Soul leave the body, condense. A surge of power rushed out from his body. At this moment, after obtaining the soul force from the void, he instantly condensed a golden corpse, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The goddess of war hangs the moon. Rumble! The 3 axes blocked off 3 of Chen Xuanzong's positions, and smashed down heavily. Get down! Rumble! Chen Xuanzong never thought that Li Yuanba's soul would actually be able to leave his body, and condense a golden corpse in that instant. A complete explosion. Not to mention him, even the other 7 King Kongs did not expect this. So fierce. Damn, that big guy is really that big guy, he's simply a madman. He can even comprehend such a move. This is too deadly. This is great. He had never seen this move before. Obviously, this was a new skill that Li Yuanba had used his own strength to break through the new power that the soul-losting powder had obtained. Powerful to the point of being a complete mess. Bam! Chen Xuanzong heavily struck the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth. His face turned pale. Li Yuanba landed heavily from the air, stared at Chen Xuanzong and laughed. If you want my life, come and take it if you dare. 2 bodies. Chen Xuanzong's face secretly changed and said, Great Vajra, don't be complacent. Do you think that you're so amazing just because you won in one move? Do you think you can win against me? Before he finished his sentence, Chen Xuanzong's figure disappeared. However, at this moment, a strange scene occurred. Li Yuanba's body was once again bound by the black fiend energy. In an instant, another 3-headed, 6-armed Li Yuanba appeared behind Chen Xuanzong. Divine power. Giant spirit. 3 heads and 6 arms, eyes as furious as Buddha's, once again cleaved down without giving Chen Xuanzong any time to react. This was the pure divine power that had erupted from his body. Rumble. Puchi. Chopping down on Chen Xuanzong's chest, it was like chopping firewood, fiercely smashing onto the ground. Boom! The giant spirit axe pierced through Chen Xuanzong's body and nailed him firmly to the ground. It stepped on Chen Xuanzong's head and roared loudly. So what if I know I'm a King Kong, and so what if I'm a holy King Kong? Can you stop lousy? His voice was like thunder. Chen Xuanzong's chest was pierced, to the point where he was scared to the point of peeing. His face was incomparably pale, and he knew that Li Yuanba could use his soul to make a clone, however. He could only imagine how many bodies Li Yuanba could create from his body. This was too unbelievable. It was simply a powerful explosion. Chen Xuanzong was completely suppressed, and being stepped on by Li Yuanba was exceptionally uncomfortable. The faces of all the elders and disciples of Xian Yuan's sword sect turned pale, and their scalps turned numb. Is he even human? Is this person a ghost? Oh, I want to go home. Too terrifying. Li Yuanba did not erupt with human strength. Of course. He was also not a human, he was King Kong, a holy King Kong. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Xian Yuan sword sect all felt their legs trembling. They turned around and ran, screaming as if they had seen a ghost. Run? The corners of the sky spirit's mouth curled up in a cold sneer. All of you have to die. This is the first battle to recover the strength of our 8 King Kong, all of us will die. Lin Yosheng's body started to bubble. Other than Li Yuanba, the 7 King Kongs' crazy reaper simply did not give these people any other chance, just like how the others in the Kunlun sect did not give them any chance back then. Moreover, they understood in their hearts that if they wanted others to be afraid of them, they had to be ruthless. If one was not ruthless, one would not be able to stand steadily. Long Fei was currently too weak, unable to contend against the strong powers, let alone the Hell Gate, Bounty Gate, and the 10,000 Alliance sect. Thus, they should be crazy, fierce, and ruthless. Everyone was scared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk a large number of disciples were killed and fell, their guild experience frantically rising. Aside from leveling up, there was also another portion of the guild experience that Long Fei could directly extract. Seeing his experience soaring, Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. Such a fast speed, could it be that 8 King Kong's strength has recovered? If that's the case. Long Fei slightly curled the corner of her lips. Even if the entire Xian Yuan sword sect comes to invade, you don't have to worry. Huff! Long Fei breathed a sigh of relief. In the surroundings of the great wilderness land, only the Xian Yuan sword sect was slightly stronger. If the 8 King Kong could recover his strength, then Long Fei would not have to worry. It was a massacre. However, he failed to obtain striking energy value. In another place, an elder of the Hell Gate looked at the scene that happened in the middle of the Beast City from afar, and coldly laughed with a grin. Ha ha. I truly never would have thought that all of you were still alive. To be able to survive under the bombardment of Destiny's Trial's power, your lives are really big. However, this time, none of you will be able to escape. Then, that elder injected an idea into a badge, level 5 energy preparation, 8 King Kong is still alive. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.